WebEx is recording.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. This is Lori Charlton. It's March 14th, 2023. I want to welcome everyone to the Board of Finance budget hearing for the fiscal 23-24 budget. I'll call the meeting to order and ask that we please all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. To the members of the public, this is our third budget hearing out of a total of 8 that are scheduled and will continue throughout the month. On March 30th, after our review and deliberations are completed, we will vote on the budget to be recommended to the RTM. Each evening, we'll cover different departments and topics. Tonight's departments and topics are on the posted agenda, and the remainder of the schedule for the month is posted on the town website on the Board of Finance page. As always, residents are encouraged to send comments and questions before or after the meetings to the following email, bof@fairfieldct.org. If you do so, please remember to include your name and address in your email as you would with live public comment. At each hearing, we also welcome live public comment that's pertinent to that night's agenda. In addition, residents will have an opportunity to provide live comment on any aspect of the budget at the public budget hearing on Saturday, March 25th at Fairfield Ludlow High School. For residents who are joining us through the WebEx tonight and wish to speak or make a statement during the public comment sessions, please go ahead and drop your name in the chat box. And we would just ask that you that your comments be limited to 2 minutes per person. Okay, so with that, we will move to item 3, discussion on the departmental budgets. Can I have a motion to hear this item? Mr. Curley, seconded by Mr. DeWitt. Thank you. Okay, so we are going to start with the building department. Within the budget book, which I believe is included in the posted backup, we'll start with revenue, which is on page 11 of the book. And for those following along, that is the hard copy of page 11 that is marked in the upper right-hand corner and not 11 on the PDF. Okay. So,
Right here.
All right, so excuse me while I fumble with my agenda. But for the building department, I'm sorry, I can't see the screen very well. Can you, who do we have there?
Patrick Mahoney from the building department.
Hi, Patrick. Thank you for being here. Sorry, I have a small box on my screen. Thanks again for being here. And so we will start with revenue on page 11. And do you want to just maybe walk us through the highlights of your budget on revenue? Then we'll go into Q&A on revenue and then to expense, if that's okay?
Sure.
Thank you.
All right. So basically, our revenue this projected, we're looking at, we will be a little bit below last year with the cost of building, the economy. We're not seeing as large a projects as we have been seeing with the colleges and the big jobs. So we just anticipated that we are slightly lower than we were last year. Last year we were at 2.4 in building permits. This year we anticipate we're going to be approximately around 2.1. I did reach out to a lot of the colleges, a lot of the areas to see what we had in the works, and usually they'll give us a rundown of what we have coming up. There are a couple of dorms, but nothing as big and substantial as we have seen.
Okay. Do you want to touch on any other items in the revenue budget, or move to Q&A?
Oh, I think Q&A would be great.
All right. So I'll turn it over to the board. Questions on building revenue?
I have a question.
Ms. Marmion, thank you.
So I understand because the universities have been quite busy in the past couple of
Yes.
years with major building projects. What about some of the apartment buildings that are going up by the Metro Center? There's been a lot going on. Are those completed? Are we anticipating
That's-
more? We're also looking at other
Right.
commercial development over there.
Right, we have, right now, we have, I know we have one on Park Avenue, we have a few larger buildings. The majority of those, the building permit aspect of it has already been received, so that will go into, our fiscal budget for, 23.
Okay.
We will get some of the mechanicals, it's not gonna be as an increase, that is figured into our, where now we will get a lot of the mechanical permits. But those are, of course, substantially lower than our building permit costs.
Okay.
But they are figured. We do have Metro, which that's one of our projected, there's like another building that we're hoping to get started over there. There's a brewery coming in. So there are a few that we did figure in, but nothing like the $65 million hockey rink and stuff like that.
So this may be, I'm not going to say a trend, but we might see these smaller revenues kind of continuing forward in the next.
Yes, that's
year.
what we're anticipating, that we're going to see, the little ones, and a lot of little ones can add up. But the larger projects, we don't have any of those in the pipeline.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Ms. Marmion. Other questions? Mr. DeWitt?
And just more of a comment than a question. 2.1 million is really nothing to sneeze at in building department. And I think we've gotten a little jaded with these big projects coming in. So just as a maybe a question, going back 3-4 years, this was about what building permits were at. Isn't that correct?
Oh, yeah, we were. Just bear with
We don't have
me.
the budget going back for a couple of years. I thought we usually had that. That's
Usually it was a 3-year look back.
yeah.
That begins on page,
Oh,
that begins on page 21 is where you'd be looking at building
Oh, okay.
permits. So FY20 actual was around 2.2 million, FY21, 2.2 million, FY22, 1.8 million. So I think it kind of, if you look at a maximum and a minimum, because I think we're on point for the budget this year, this kind of puts us in between where we were,
Yeah.
the minimum and the maximum.
Yeah.
That's helpful to have that perspective, definitely.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt, and thanks for that, Frank. Other questions? Are there questions at the table? John, you can help me out if there are.
I don't see any.
Okay, and I just have a quick one. Pat, is it okay if I call you Patrick?
Sure. Anything you like.
So can you just remind us, out of that building permit number, typically what percentage of that is usually commercial versus residential? Or what is in, how is that figured into this budget?
Well, that's a good, it varies every year, especially with our colleges. A lot of the residential products we've seen, especially now with the bigger apartment buildings, we kind of fold those into a residential because they're, but it varies. We'll go months strictly major commercial. We get a lot of stores and then we subsidize. We're getting a lot of new homes, a lot of solars. So it's not really a trend that follows all the time. It's all you have at the time.
Okay. General feel though, is it, more than half commercial? I don't, we may have talked about this in the past and I just don't remember. If you were to look at this year's number and where you're running on that 2.4 million, how does that break out roughly?
I would say, just a rough, because we had a good year with the colleges, with the dorms, with the basketball, with the, hockey rink, we would definitely be on the stronger commercial side this year, coming, our present year now. So I would imagine we're probably 60-40.
Okay. All right, and you're comfortable with that 2.1 million?
I mean, it's a watching the thing and being in the trades for so many years. I mean, I think we're on the right path. I see a lot of good growth in the future. And like we said, sometimes we take a lot of little things instead of the big major things. And I think we're going to do okay.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Sure.
Other questions on this revenue number? Okay. All right, well, if there are no more questions on revenue, we can move to expenses, and those are on page 162 of the budget book. All right, so I'll turn this over to you, and I guess the big question and what drives a lot of these departmental budgets are the payroll numbers, which the percentages look a little skewed for everyone, given that last year's numbers weren't accurate per se because salary increases were included within contingency. So I don't know if you can answer this, or maybe it's Frank before we get into the line items, but what is the, I guess the actual number? We have 8.02% there. What is that, if you were to roll back the contingency into last year's number, what would that actual percentage be?
Yeah, so pretty much it would just be, except for maybe one just step increase, it would just be the contractual amount, which this department's pretty much Thea employees and a PETA employee. So it would just be about 2.5%.
Okay, so would that imply that last year was missing? So was that contract open for 2 years then? So last year was missing essentially 2 years. We're getting sort of 3-year comparison there.
Yes,
make sense?
I think,
Okay.
yes, yeah. 2
Okay.
years, 2 years and then, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Patrick, other than payroll, do you want to hit any highlights in this budget for us?
Sure, I would be glad to. So basically, the only really things we're changing, our office supplies, we did increase by $500. Clothing and dry goods, we decreased those, kind of to offset our overtime amounts, which were increased. Capital outlay, we don't have any requests for that this year. And basically, our other items stayed pretty much just minor increases. We didn't really increase. So.
Okay. Questions from the board? Ms. Marmion?
Can you just walk us through the increase in your overtime earnings that you're projecting and the rationale for that?
So if you just look at overtime earnings, you can see, a small percentage of this, it does account for the wage increases. Obviously, it's not all 61%. So just, accounting for the wage increase plus prior year actuals, 2021 and 22. In 21, it was upwards of 35,000 in overtime. We do, as Patrick said, I think we expect to see kind of the amount, go down based on the revenue number. But, in contrast to that, if you look at the clothing and dry goods, those were also low. So it's kind of like I've heard Mr. Curley say it a couple times and I like it. It's kind of like a geographical change of where we're kind of budgeting that money. So, that's pretty much what that is. So just accounting for prior year actuals and, you know, in both areas and just making an adjustment.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Marmion. Other questions on this budget? No? Okay, I just have a quick one. IT software, not so much the increase. I see that that's flat last year, but what does the 12,500 relate to?
We have in our software Municity, we have a Municity program, a Bluebeam program, and I apologize, I don't have it here.
We can, if you want, we can send it in follow-up, because I know you have the detail. I could send that in follow-up if you want.
Okay, so are those just
Yeah, but
license fees? Is that what that is?
Yes.
Yes, it is,
Okay.
yes.
Okay,
Bluebeam laser. Sorry, I should have that ready.
No, don't worry.
all right. Okay, any other questions at the table, John? No?
I don't see
All
any.
right. All right, well, that was easy. Well, thank you very much for being here. And Frank will just grab that follow-up item from you in the sheet when we can.
It's up on the budget, actually. Very good. Thank you. Let's give,
Thank you.
you're all.
All right.
I appreciate it.
Let's give them a rip.
Thanks so much.
Okay.
All right, so we're going to move on to solid waste, which is Department 6070, but we're going to start with revenue, which is on page 19 of the printed book.
Madam Chairwoman,
Yes.
Jim Walsh, I just wanted the minutes to reflect that I stayed outside during this presentation of the building budget in order to recuse myself from the budget because I represent clients for the building department and I didn't want there to be any appearance of impropriety. So
Thank you, Mr. Walsh.
I'm back for the rest of the evening. Thanks.
Okay,
And I want
thank
to,
you.
I want to state for the record that I went to the Board of Ed site.
We can leave that one out of the record. No need to document that one, John.
All right.
All right. Thank you for that. Okay, so we are on page 19 for solid waste. And we have John Cattell. Are you there? Sorry, it's hard for me to see.
Yes.
All right. Well, welcome and thank you. Do you want to take us through this revenue budget, focusing on any, significant changes, risks, trends, anything that you think is important?
It's basically a very slight increase in the overall revenue, 0.69. It's a 3-year average for the past 3 years. The average just dipped down a little bit in FY21 and then started to dip back, come back up a little bit, and this is a little bit more. Other than that, it's been somewhat flat for the 3 years. The relationship with the dollars involved.
Okay, and you said this was based on you just use the straight 3-year average methodology here?
That
For
is
all
correct.
line items? Okay. All right, thank you. Questions on revenue from the board?
Up next.
Mr. Curley?
Yeah,
Sorry. Okay.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Not a specific question about a specific line item, but just really the bottom line. Being relatively new to the board, I'm just curious. The revenues for solid waste and recycling are roughly $3 million. The expenses bottom line are roughly $5 million. It's hard to, we're not seeing the same trend or historical data on the revenue side, but on the expense side, it was going up from 4.3 to 4.6 to 4.9. So seeing a trend upward on the expense side and not a commensurate increase on the revenue side, I guess it's just a question either to the board or to the board, other board members with more history, or to the administration as to whether it's something that we should be trying to more closely match revenues and expenses for this function.
Mr. Cattell, do you want to comment on that?
Certainly. The rates have been going up for the expenses because they've basically been tied to CPI. The tip fees that have been charged have been flat. Matter of getting on board to raise the rates. I had a meeting the other night. And towards that. That's pretty much it. Tips, charges have been flat probably most of the past 10 years.
So I guess that begs the question whether, look, I understand that this is a service that, you know, it's not intended to be a moneymaker for the town. However, I would have thought that there would have been an effort by the commission to pay closer attention to the expenses and try and match revenues, or at least on the increase year over year. I mean, we're seeing almost a $1 million increase going back from a few years on the expense side, and I believe flat on the revenue side, and certainly it's in a deficit. So I'm just curious about those discussions on the revenues and expenses and matching.
I have a question about that. Can you see me? Can't hear you, Lori.
Sorry about that. I was muted. Yeah, Mr. Mottola?
So the recyclables rebate, we used to get a significant amount of money for that over the years, and now that's all gone away. Right?
That is correct.
So does that have something to do with
Yes.
addressing Mr. Curley's question?
There was a time where making almost $20 a ton on recyclables. And now it's,
When did it stop costing us money, right?
well, the markets have crashed and cost is almost $125 a ton to dispose of. So you've got a $145 swing just in recyclables,
How much per ton?
costing $125 a ton approximately.
That's been like the
Dispose.
last 5 years or so. It's kind of that.
No, actually, earlier this year, John wasn't here when we negotiated this contract for the recyclable, MRF in Shelton. Earlier this year, I'll give you the tip fees. When we negotiated the contract, it was in the 30s. July to September of this fiscal period, it was $53.75. October, December went up to $99. And that is all commodities based. It's what these recyclables generate on the commodity market. Newspaper, plastics, and even glass have all cratered. Top of that, we have a haul fee of $26 from our transfer station to the recycling center. So right now, it's costing us more to dispose of recyclables than it is to dispose of municipal solid waste.
Wow.
We have contracts. Oh, sorry, excuse me.
Mr. Walsh, did you have a comment?
Yeah, how much is the solid waste recyclable, cost to dispose of solid waste?
$84.92, $85
$85 per ton.
per ton.
Okay, so now you're telling us it's $99 is the current price per ton, plus $26 for the transfer cost per ton, which brings it to $125 a ton
Correct,
For recyclables.
cost.
for recyclables.
No money for aluminum, no money for.
That's all in.
All in.
That includes it.
So why are we recycling? Tell me why I clean my plastic jars and stuff and spend the time doing it
Well,
when I could save the town money and save myself a great amount of effort and probably, whatever. Tell me why I need to do that.
Because it's the law.
Okay, so it's the law and it's up to everybody in this town to figure out whether they follow the law. Right? And then
I can't comment.
but I will save them tax dollars if they don't follow the law.
Well,
Correct?
this quarter, that's a very, very volatile market. As I said, in the past year and a half, it's been as low as $60 all in, and now it's $125. So that's the commodity market. When China shut the door on the recyclables going over there, that was the beginning of the end.
Well, that was fake too, though.
But
They
did
weren't
it.
recycling them. They were dumping them in the ocean.
Yeah,
I mean, so let's be honest, nothing's being recycled.
that's the dynamic of this market.
But it used to be when we were here in previous years, we'd make money on glass and aluminum and lose money on plastics. Correct? And I don't know about newspapers.
Well,
I can't read them.
okay. I don't want to get too granular
Sure.
about it, but there's 7 or 8 kinds of plastics. 1, 2, and 7
Yep.
have value. Those are your, your bleach bottles, those heavy.
Yeah.
And the ones you drink your water out of, those
Yes.
crinkly things,
These things.
those
Yeah.
are worthless, as a matter of fact.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I know what I'm doing with that.
So,
Yeah.
so you're contributing to the cost of this.
Yeah. Because let me ask you a question. You know this business, right?
And I think I do.
Okay. Where does this bottle go when I stick it into my recycling bin? Where does it really go?
It goes to the recycling center.
Yep.
It gets separated out.
Yeah.
It goes into a big pile with a lot of other commingled items that are not recyclable.
Yeah.
End up in bins and bags and boxes. And it goes to Wheelabrator and they burn it.
And they burn it. And if I stick it in my garbage can,
It goes
it gets to Wheelabrator faster.
right.
Cheaper too,
Excellent.
for us.
Cheaper too. Yeah.
That's all great. That's just great. And we had no money from the state who set the system up and made it, quote, against the law not to recycle it, correct? So they take no responsibility. The legislature has basically made this an unfunded mandate.
Well, the legislature years ago mandated through DEEP what the recyclables would be.
Mhm.
I personally testified in Hartford 4 years ago about this exact issue and where this was going post-China. And I said, you should go back. I began the largest recycling program in the state of Connecticut, in the city of Bridgeport. Our city, we started recycling and we have the biggest program, and we recycled what? Bottles, cans, newspapers, and 1, 2, and 7 plastics. And that was successful. We paid our bills doing that. In California, they started this single stream recycling where make it easy for the household, put all these items and we'll separate them afterwards. And that lasted for a little bit when the valuable items offset the contaminated items, but that's all over now. And it went throughout the whole country. Everybody began single stream recycling. And the answer is go back to those items that have value instead of commingling value and liabilities. But, once one of these agencies start going down a path, you don't change their minds.
So basically, single stream recycling has become single stream burn.
Well,
Right.
50%.
Okay.
50% of what we send to the MRF, Municipal Recycling Facility, goes into trash.
What happens to the other 50%?
It gets recycled.
Well, someone's got to do something with the legislature, both at the state and federal level, to have them deal with this issue. Because I think there's a lot of people thinking that things are being recycled. I think people think a lot of people think 100% is, and it's not. And
I can
it's just basically a lie that nobody wants to talk about.
I can tell you what we've done.
Yeah.
And we're kind of progressive on this. So we have begun to police those items that get disposed of at our transfer station. You can't police what the haulers bring in, but at the transfer station, we have people who have eyes on what is being unloaded and put in the single stream recycling bin. We have separated the glass. We have a separate container to take glass out of the recycling stream. Why? Because glass, all recycling boils down to per ton. Glass is the most weighty item in recycling. If you could carve that out, you're reducing your tonnage. We also have kitchen waste. We have bins there for kitchen waste. We have bins there for textiles, which are also heavy. And so our goal was to streamline the actual single stream recycling by carving off those items that we could take out of that stream. And for instance, we don't have to pay for the glass right now. We've engaged in a pilot program. We have to pay for the kitchen waste. It's a modest amount, but it takes that out of the, the garbage. And textiles and metals, we get paid for metals. Scrap metal, we have a bin there for that. So we're trying to, that's our approach, to try and minimize the tonnage to those items that can get recycled. And but the marketplace is going to dictate what this costs us.
So with our agreement with CRA,
No,
what's the company that we send that recycling to?
Oak Ridge, right?
Cyclones goes to Oak Ridge up in Shelf.
We can pair off certain things?
Yes.
Okay. All right. That's the questions I have on recycling.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Mr.
My
Testani?
life is going to change.
Just had a question on contracts. You mentioned contracts. Are we renegotiating any contracts that might give us better pricing, et cetera? Or is that not in the works? And we don't work alone, do we? Don't we work with other
No, we have a
towns?
consortium of 11 towns.
Right.
When I was in Trumbull, I was a member of that consortium. When I was in Bridgeport, I was a member of the same group of people. This is a little small. But this contract comes up for renegotiation this June 30th. But it is a limited market for those who would bid on this. Fellow in Shelton has spent 20 some odd $1 million to build this separation facility. I don't know if anyone else will bid on this. But again, no one is going to take the risk of giving you a flat fee for recyclables in a commodity market. No one will do that. This fellow, I think, has been pretty straight with us. It's my impression, my negotiations with him and our interfacing. It's just a fact of life. That's what's happened to this kind of, and what I believe was a noble effort, but just turned sour. So yeah, we're renegotiating it. I don't know what, if anything, will change.
Thank you, Ms. Marmion. Mr. Testani?
Yeah, hey, Bucky, just a couple things. Number one, I'm just going to different subjects. Is that all right? It's just on the.
We're on revenue.
Are we still on the
Right.
revenue side though?
meant
Yeah.
Then within revenue.
Yep, sure. Go ahead.
On the town dump permit, so you're anticipating a 10% increase? Is that based on anything historical or?
3-year average.
Okay, and that's the same is true for the increase in the bulky waste, 26%?
Correct.
Okay, very good. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on revenue for this department? Mr. Welsh?
Let's talk about bulky waste. I know it's a 3-year average, but our typical, the rate's just going up. And does it go to Willebrator? Where's that go?
Goes out to Pennsylvania to a landfill.
Okay. And the prices have just been skyrocketing? There's 26% means over
That-
3 years, it's been
It's,
26% every year.
it's the volume
Okay,
that's changed like
the
that.
volume, okay.
Our cost has been consistent. What we charge has been consistent.
Okay.
So it's, you know, the volume has changed, maybe coming out of COVID or something, more people are building.
Okay. Is this also, would bulky waste be considered when they tear down a house in town? And they put it in a container and they bring it down and, you know, house across the street from me, I counted 8 30 ton or 30 cubic yard containers.
Yes, but that would not come to our transfer station.
It's too expensive.
It's, the volume isn't there. It's cheaper for them to dispose of it in another venue.
Another
Stuff that
town,
we-
by venue, you mean town?
With a
Oh.
hauler that,
Okay.
you know, one of the haulers that supplies the actual, containers.
Okay,
It's the bulky that we get are small jobs that people are doing. You might get a few small contractors that are doing some minor construction items.
so like
We're
if
doing a big house.
local dump run with a couch to be picked up, that's considered bulky or no?
Yes.
More construction is bulky.
More construction, okay.
Masonry items.
Okay.
bricks, Concrete,
Okay.
porcelain, toilets, bathroom change outs.
Mm-hmm.
It's in a nice sketch.
Is the same thing with tires? Is that volume or is that just cost?
It's probably maybe a little volume because our charges haven't changed.
Okay, so none of the charges have really changed. Okay, all right. Thank you. That's all the questions I have in revenue. just
Thank you,
one other-
Mr. Walsh.
Are we not selling bins anymore? Because I see 0 down there.
Nobody wants, nobody.
Nobody wants the bin?
There might be one or two here and there that
Okay.
get sold. You don't need a bin.
Yep.
A blue bin to put your
The
recycle.
haulers seem to give them to you now,
They
right?
use the toters,
Yes.
so they're larger. We used to sell the small
Yeah.
18-gallon ones.
Okay.
You'll get a few that may want one or something like that.
Here and there,
I think
yeah.
people use them for a lot of other things.
Haulers, they have the.
They want the arm.
truck,
They want the
so
arm
they-
and stuff like
They
that.
give you their toter, and people no longer carry their bins.
Yeah. All drips on their feet.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Ms. Leclerc?
I had one.
Your hair.
Mary, you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, on the trash that is brought in from the regular haulers, we used to discount that. Do we still provide the haulers with a discount versus what it costs us to haul it?
The residential haulers have a lower price than your commercial haulers or residents in bulk. So yes,
Okay, and is that matched to what we're paying to haul it, or the town is paying more?
prices haven't changed since probably 2012 that we charged. So it's now costing more than what we are charging them in the overall scheme of things.
Okay, and who sets the prices?
We go from the commission, then eventually be approved by probably the board of selectmen, PM, and board of finance, obviously, with you guys.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Leclerc. Mr. DeWitt, did you have a question?
Yeah, real quick. Why aren't we charging for recyclables? You can still go to the dump and drop recyclables for free. Why, if it's costing us money, why are we not passing that along?
I think that's a hangover from when you were making money. This has happened I mean, globally, this has happened rapidly. And it can undo itself rapidly also if the vendors would make products that are recyclable instead of not recyclable. There's a great movement all across this country now, and there's legislation in Hartford right now to push the burden on the producers to sell products that are either packaged or contain or containers that can be recyclable and have that ability to be recycled. You might have seen ads on TV about Pepsi and Coke and Dr. Pepper, and they're touting the fact that they are selling their product in a container that is completely recyclable. Now, if you look at that bottle that Mr. Walsh has right there, there's two plastics on that bottle. There's that plastic around the neck, and there's the plastic that the bottle's made out of. When they try to recycle that and melt it, that little plastic neck piece contaminates that plastic so that it's not pure any longer, and it's not pure to recycle, let's say. So what they have to do, and it sounds simple, and I don't know why they haven't done it, but that bottle has to be consistent with everything within that bottle in order to recycle it. And that's where this is all going. You know, nothing happens unless there's a crisis. And this country is in a crisis in the recycling world and, quite frankly, in the solid waste world also. So I don't know if that answers your question, Chris, but
No, it doesn't. Why don't we just charge for recyclables? I mean, the commission can raise the price on what the dump charges. Why don't we just impose a fee on recyclables?
well, if we did it for let's say we did it for the individual who comes to the transfer station and is conscientious environmentalist, we'd also have to do the same thing for the haulers. We'd have to charge more for the haulers who bring the bulk of the recyclable to the transfer station. That becomes a pass-through right to the residents. You can just see what's going to happen there. And the same is true with solid waste. We can raise these prices and make this transfer station, revenue equal neutral. But there would be a pass-through to the residents. It would be like a tax. And quite frankly, that's a policy decision. We're willing to do anything that they want to do. And if you know anybody on that commission, I suggest you have a conversation with them and tell them that as a finance board member, we'd like to see some parity there.
Okay. That's it for me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. Can I just follow up on that question? Does the commission have a process to, periodically review rates or are they just not looking at them? I mean, is it a conscious decision to keep them flat, I guess I would ask, so that we don't have a pass through to residents, or is this just, inertia?
Madam Chairwoman, there will be a pass-through to the residents. These haulers, they are not going to.
No, I totally understand that. And knowing that there's a pass-through, is that why? So I'm just saying, does the commission look at this periodically and, annually or whatever and say, we're going to keep these rates flat because regardless of the economics, we don't want to pass through to the residents? Or do they not actively look at this? I guess that's my question. I don't understand the process of how they look at rates. So I'm just trying to understand it better.
I've mentioned it, I had a meeting with them last night and brought up again the third time that I mentioned it, to bring this to their attention of the deficit between what we cost to get rid of everything as versus the revenue that we get from it. I brought it up a couple of months ago to them. They kind of understood it. Last night, they we're at the point of telling me to start coming up with recommendations of how much we would. So that's what my charge is for the next time, right, as far as a recommendation, to get us to a somewhat controlled overall budget.
Okay, yeah, and again, I was just wondering about the process. I think if I can see my screen, well, I see a WPCA commissioner lurking there in the background, and, you know, just by way of comparison, it's an annual process that they go through to look at rates, right? And they do it, you know, to get to a desired result. And so I guess what I was really trying to understand, is there, you know, a systematic process to go through and look at these things, or is it just ad hoc, or they wait till you mention it to them? That's really what I'm asking.
It's never been this bad, and there's a tension here because the notion of recycling is something that is ecologically desirable by a lot of members of this commission. And there's a notion that you raise these rates and stop recycling, regardless of whether it's a recyclable or not, that goes in that bin. So we will give them recommendations. John and I will work on that, and we'll give them a recommendation that addresses this deficit. And the day that happens, you will see a loud outcry from the haulers. And you can rest assured that the residents also will feel the pinch. But, you know, pay me one way or pay me another way. That's just the way
Yeah.
I have to look at this.
Yeah, and to be clear, I'm not, you know, recommending one thing or another, just trying to understand the process, but I think you hit the right point. You know, it's either they pay through, you know, the hauler, or we pay through our taxes, because it ends up being a net cost that then gets passed through. All right, thank you. Mr. Walsh?
Bucky, if we raise the rates, right? I know there's gonna be an outcry from the haulers, right? But do they really pass it on, or do they just bring this stuff to Bridgeport or to Westport? Because, you know, that's no skin off my back if that's what they choose to do. It's their business model.
Well, they can do that, but I guarantee you, they'll still pass it through. If they can justify a pass through and dispose of this more cheaply somewhere else, they will do it.
Okay, have you been finding that, or where do we rank in regards to what the other communities are charging for?
Did we do a survey for that?
I haven't done it.
We're pretty close. You know, in our discussions, in our meetings, our 10 towns, every time we meet, we're all in discussions, and everyone has a board or commission or board of selectmen or someone that they have to answer to. And yeah, we're as far as the charge to the haulers, we're all very close.
Okay.
Okay. They may have made changes over the last couple of years, and we haven't. A little dormant here, but that's that business.
Okay. Well, John, I'd like to thank you because I saw your question on the Google Doc, so I started zeroing in on it tonight. So I appreciate that question.
All right, thank you, Mr. Walsh. Mr. Stark, did you have a question?
I don't see any more questions here.
Okay.
So
All right, thank you. All right, so are we ready to move on to expenses? Okay, so the expense budget is on page 182.
So the big items that will jump out for major increases is your fees and professional services. Again, these are items that are tied to the CPI. So they keep going up. And the other one is the contracted property services, which is the operation of the transfer station. Again, that's tied to the CPI, which has been increasing.
Okay, questions on these items? Mr. Testani?
So just to be clear, John, so you're saying the overtime earnings is a result of that? That increase, that 38%?
The overtime earnings is based on the holidays and extra time that our full-time employee has to work to support, because we stay open on holidays. So that's why that goes up.
Is it double time or something? Is it, it's,
Some of the holidays are, yes.
Follow up on that, Mr. Cattell. So other than holidays, has there been anybody putting in extra overtime work? Like we cut somebody, a part-time, giving somebody else extra hours? Other than holidays, is there anything else that would contribute to that line?
Yeah, there's holidays, there's, solid waste issues when we're having issues with, equipment to support it, or with improvements going on to stay later to make sure things are opened up for them. There's the household hazardous waste, which is on a weekend, on a Saturday, in addition. Those are the major items.
Okay, you see that going down over time? Because it seemed to be in 20 and 21, we were running between $1,600 and $2,100. Now last year we went up to 5,500. Now we're going up to 70. It seems like it's like a number that seems to be creeping up.
So in 20, the payroll was 166,000.
Yep.
And the next year was 111,000.
Yep.
And so there, that 166,000 were 1.5 people full-time.
Sure. Mhm.
So, and no one was stationed at the scale house on a 40-hour-a-week basis.
Mhm.
So in our analysis, we said we need someone there all the time, eyes watching. And so when those people who occupied the $166,000 payroll retired, we hired one person.
Mhm.
And that person, the union person, this year, their salary is amplified by budget negotiations. And we have, as we've said, half of the holidays during the year, we have staffing there. There are also ancillary issues which we have been economizing on, because we used to pay for someone from the vendor who operates the transfer station to have a person there, and that was costing us more than this overtime piece. So, we look at all these numbers, and we try to craft an organization and a operation that maximizes efficiency and minimizes expenses, and this is what we have.
Yeah, that's, I mean, I'm glad we asked the question.
Okay.
I appreciate analysis, your changes you made, because that saved me down money. I was not looking at the fiscal year 20 salary line and seeing how that line was going. So yeah, that sounds like a great idea. I appreciate your hard work on it.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Mr. Testani?
Yeah, and John, you may have already touched on this, but I just want to double check on line 56110 on office supplies. And I suppose it's sort of corresponding the special departmental supplies. I'm sort of curious what that is. Let's start with that. And then why the increase there and also on the office supply line.
So part of it's getting with the, get to that one spot. New register equipment that goes along with it, the tapes, the printers.
And I'm sorry, which line are you referring to?
Said the office supplies.
Office
Yeah,
supply.
let's start with that. Yes. Okay. So I'm sorry, the printers.
So, yeah,
Printing supplies, in other words?
Correct. We have to buy it. And plus, we need to buy a new register and monitor associated equipment. This was all part of the audit.
Okay, okay, right, yeah, thanks, Bucky, right, okay. And again, forgive me, you may have mentioned this under the special departmental supplies, that's 56140. Went up $1,000, looks like.
Recycling, disposal related supplies, supplies for hazardous and waste collection, safety vests, gloves, rain gear.
Oh, okay.
PPE items.
So safety equipment, basically, right? And was it just an increase in the cost of the items themselves, or why would it?
For personnel also, we have 3 people coming in, we still have another personnel we have to fill, a part-timer, so you gotta get them the proper safety equipment.
Okay.
And one other thing, Jack, there used to be a fellow who was in a little guardhouse on the road. They didn't need rain gear, they didn't need winter gear, they didn't need PP, no, they didn't need safety equipment. Now we have everyone stationed up on top, and we have to provide them, by OSHA with this equipment. So that's where the money went.
All right, thanks, Bucky.
Thank you, Mr. Testani. Any other questions on this budget? I don't see anyone. Okay. All right. Well, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Cattell. So we can move on to Public Works Administration, which is on page 153. And I think, Mr. Marsilio, you're going to take us through this one.
As best I can. I have no records.
You've done this a few times before, Bucky.
I have.
152.
So, I don't get any overtime, so that's all for the.
It's a blood flow.
So that overtime goes to the secretary.
That's great.
And I don't get a longevity bonus, so that must go to.
Get that from Trumbull.
Yeah. I don't know, let's see, we have advertising here. Last year's budget was $300. We were going to we did something with mailers. And I can't remember what it was, but we have a placeholder of $50 this year, so that went down. Printing went down. I don't know, it's pretty flat, other than
Yes.
overtime earnings and salary.
What is in that 9,500? What's the fees and professional services number? I see it's flat, but what does it relate to?
So, okay, I gotta pull that up. You have that handy? Fees and professional service.
Special projects is traffic studies.
Okay.
I know you guys have that in Munis, I just can't get
I
on
have
it, so I
that.
can follow up with them, because I know you have. So.
I have it somewhere here, Lori.
Okay, that's all right. We can follow up, Frank. We'll add that to the list and you can put it in the sheet. Okay, any other questions from the board on this budget? Mr. Walsh?
So Mr. Cattell, I just kind of figured something out. So you get paid out of this budget, correct? This is where you are,
Correct, 85%.
but you also handle solid waste and recycling, right?
That is correct.
So you do 2 jobs, but you only charge for 1.
3 jobs.
I got 3 jobs.
3 jobs. But what's the other one?
I'm
WPCA.
also
Oh,
WPCA.
boy. Wow, we're getting a bargain for you.
I
You should have me negotiate your contract.
think so.
At
And also,
least be paying you for 1.5.
Actually,
Wouldn't that be fair?
I think you're doing a phenomenal job, actually. And also
My
now
monkey.
there's the garage overseeing those things.
Wow. Wow. Take your vitamins. We need you to stay around for a while. Yeah, so that's why that salary line went down in solid waste and recycling. Because we used to have Mr. Zimbruski until he retired. Correct?
And
And Audrey.
Audrey.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. And that's
So
all,
I got that one.
it seems to all be working smooth.
Keep them busy.
Good. You're busy. Okay. Just figured that out when I went to your budget. I'm like, wait a minute. I just figured it out. Okay. Well, thank you for doing all those.
Hide anything.
Thanks for being a multitasker.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Walsh. Any other questions on this budget? Okay, we can go to Public Works Operations, which is on page 157. And John, are you going to do this one as well?
Oh, we'll
I'm
go
sorry,
out.
page 156. It starts on 156 and 157.
Why don't you start this and I will get to that.
Mr. Cattell, are you part of this as well? Yes. Okay. That's the key one. The others are just side jobs. I don't think we have any revenue on that either, so. Sheet for big items. So here again, you got your big items as being, or your major changes, which is a minor increase in fees and professional services, 53,200. And that's basically just covering normal increases, monitoring inspections, elevator maintenance, pest control, fire suppression and alarm inspections. Frank, was there too? That pretty much takes care of those items.
Okay,
The other one is your electric utilities. I think everybody can just look at their own bill and understand what's going on there. Everything here in the Northeast is related to gas, natural gas for generation. And unfortunately, we have moved to a world market competition because there's not enough gas pipeline to bring the natural gas to the Northeast. We rely in the Northeast on supplementing it with LNG. And now, once you put it on a ship, that ship can go anywhere in the world it wants. And things that happened over in Europe and elsewhere, we're now competing with that price. So when natural gas goes up, your electric follows, and hence we have that. Plus you have UI also on their portion. That's on the UI generation side. Then you have the transmission distribution where UI is in for rate increases right now.
Does FTC stand for the contracted rate?
FTC is your
Fairfield
Fairfield Theater Company.
Ah, okay.
So that follows along the same item.
Gotcha.
Your other big items, and there's your communications, 55,300. And that's where I've been installing GPSs into a lot of our equipment so that we can track it. It also covers your radio maintenance trucks that they have, as well as some cell phones that many of the managers have. Third one there, the other item, your special department supplies, that increases are for special items where like in trees, you got the saw chains, the prunes, things are going up, oil absorbents, spill contaminants, shop towels, steel plates, welding gases, safety signs, tools, stuff. So
with the increase of those items, that's what that. And most of the other stuff I think is pretty straightforward. With that, is there any questions?
Madam Chair. I just,
Yes, Mr.
can
Testani.
I
Yep.
follow up on something Mr. Cattell he was
Yep.
just referencing line 55,300. So John, from that line through 56,140, there's three in particular. So I'm just on my own curiosity, say clothing and dry goods, 56,120. Cleaning and janitorial supplies, 56,130. I think I sort of understand now the special departmental supplies. So when you say clothing and dry goods, like
Clothing, dry goods would be your PPE, your rain gear, your steel toe boots, that's contractual to the unions.
how does that differentiate between that and the special departmental supplies?
Especially departmental supplies is more your tools, specialty tools that are associated with the different departments.
And the cleaning and janitorial supplies are just like,
Paper goods, toilet paper we supply throughout the city and everything, so
when you say cleaning, you're speaking of like
supplies, the janitorial supplies, so.
Themselves.
Paper, the toilet paper.
Windex, the comment I wanted to bring from home.
Right, we'll take it.
Okay. Now, honestly, I think this is, my own opinion, phenomenal budget. It's obvious that you both put in a lot of time to it. I think personally, I think it's incredibly improved over the last couple of years, honestly. Efficiency is really well done, honestly. And it's a great reflection of the administration as well. Really nice job, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Testani. Ms. Marmion?
Hi, thanks. I'm just looking at the overtime earnings snow removal. We've had a pretty light season this year, I'm assuming.
Yep.
Even given
Not over yet, but yes.
yesterday and today and
That's it.
done tomorrow.
Yeah, you just,
Okay.
Have to shovel all that snow we were supposed to get the last couple of days.
I'm just
here
wondering
comes the Easter storm.
where we're running with that budget this year.
I don't know where we are.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
curious where we are, and then if we're looking at a 10%
Thank you.
increase next year.
Ask your next question and I will give you that.
The overtime is related to your contractual increases on the wages,
Okay,
because they've been out of contract for 3 years. So.
I see.
Bring that up.
I understand. I don't have another question, so if somebody else wants to, while you're getting that number, I'm just curious where we are with.
500, watch out.
In the overtime for snow, while you're trying to find Marmion's answer, you still have the budget. We had a great year this year. Next year, we could get hammered, right? So you
Tell me the
budget,
weather will
I-
have a little
exactly.
budget.
so you budget a certain number of hours of what you think it will be based on history.
Correct.
And then you add on maybe 10% for salary increases on that line
It was normally not 10%, but it was because
of the
the contract.
contract. Okay, so that's why, even though this year's, we might have
Right.
a surplus, next year,
We might not.
we might spend that money plus
Oh,
the surplus
this,
of this year.
Right.
Gotcha.
Nobody likes spending that money.
I know. Till you find that, where do we stand with the ash tree problem we have in town and how much we're spending per year and when that might end? Are we getting close to the end of all the ash trees in town dying from the ash borer?
I think we have about 200 left.
200 out of how many do you think we started with?
Thousands.
Thousands. Yeah, I go up to like 84. And you could just see the SWAT, because the state doesn't take them down. The state there'll be 10 ash trees. You just see in the middle of spring or even in the summer, you just see swaths of 10 to 20 ash trees that are just dead. Hopefully no one's walking through there when they start falling down, but so do you think that number that you spend on that every year will go down?
Well, those aren't the only trees that,
Are diseased? Okay, are we getting other trees that are having the same issues?
no, but you are getting, you have a lot of other trees that come down, and that also takes trees down from storms that you might have that weakens trees or expose other trees that
protect it from trees that have come down.
Okay,
So, it may take down a dead tree, but it might have been somewhat sheltering the tree behind it from someone who did all, and that becomes.
okay.
Just for the record.
Yep.
John also has tree warden certification. He's like one of those little multi-tools, you got the
You
screwdriver.
really gotta call me.
So I will, just to give you a little reference, because I had some stuff in here for trees. So in 2021, they removed 616 trees. Last year was 531. I'm not sure right now what we are today with it, but we've done a lot more pruning also. Pruning, we pruned like 3,212 and 21, and then 22 we did 3,485. So, and we're always getting requests for trees.
Okay.
All the time, to either take one down or, and if it's needs to come down, we'll take it down if it's in our right of way.
Okay, but at least for the ash trees, they should be fading over the next couple of years as,
For the ash, then you have the borer.
yeah,
That's killing a lot of trees. And then you just have the aging urban forest.
and is the tree removal stuff, is that under contracted services or is that something, both? You guys do some, because I see that
We have
you know.
a couple crews that are out there.
Yeah.
We also have contracted services to the crew as well. And sometimes we'll put out an art bid for identifying maybe 30, 40 trees and have them done on a bid too.
Okay.
So it's a little bit of everything.
For you to know that contracted services.
Yes,
Half of that dollar amount is dedicated to tree service work and leaf pickup.
okay.
So over $500,000 are those two items.
Is that the line contracted property services?
It's the $1 million, right?
Yeah, 1,067,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. What's the other half? Is it still grass cutting?
It's
Is all the grass cutting in that line too?
not the parks grass cutting,
Okay,
but all the other things we do.
okay.
I don't know where they're at.
And that's for things that are cheaper than us Americans. Is that
Well-
still that?
Yeah, you have money for Fairfield Police Department that we need when we're paving.
Oh, okay,
Fire service,
mm-hmm,
boiler service, generator services,
okay,
our annual contracts. Alarm services. Yeah, trash pickup.
and if you look historically on that line, it goes down from fiscal year 21 to 22. It gets cut in half because some of it goes to parks.
Parks split out.
Parks and Rec, that, once that was
Right.
split out a little bit, it went in half.
We calculated what they had to do with the money that would be required and separated it. So our able-bodied chief financial officer told me just now that 8% of the overtime has been expended for snow removal, $26,000.
That's it.
That's it.
Good.
That's as of today.
John, you weren't far off. I know.
And I,
Okay.
thanks.
Hours.
All right, thank you. I see Mr. Curley. Mr. Walsh, are you all set?
Right now, yes.
Okay, Mr.
Thank you.
Curley?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Marsilio, I had some questions about your paving number. I see it's flat year over year, but I know that the first selectman wants to source the funds for your paving plan from various sources, not just the 2 million in the operating budget. What is your total planned expense for paving for this upcoming fiscal year?
So
I think the plan called for like 3.5 million or thereabouts, but I just wasn't sure what the exact number was.
3.7 is the number that we are targeting for this fiscal year that we're speaking of. So there's $2 million in the operating budget.
Yeah.
There's $1,250,000 in ARPA. And then there is $400,000 in this budget, in the operating budget for paving. And we also have revenues that we receive from utility companies who we charge when they bring their water lines or gas lines down the street. We ask them to pay for half of the paving, and we end up doing the paving. We'll pave the whole street that way, and they give us a reimbursement. So that could end up, last year, it was going to be $700,000, and then the gas company changed their mind. They decided to go to another location. So we always have that, in the back of our mind, that they're going to repair lines or they're going to extend lines, and we're sure that we have money put aside to share the costs of doing that road, in spite of the fact that it's not in our program, because our program has a geofence around it usually, and this could be run off somewhere else. So that ends up being a revenue.
So are those revenues reflected? I didn't see that in the revenue side. I don't want to turn back to the other budget, but the other page, but was that reflected in?
We don't know what they're going to be. We're advised in the course of the year. We were just advised, as a matter of fact, that the water company is going to bring a line from the water treatment facility on Black Rock Turnpike all the way over to Canaan. So they're mapping out a path now, and we'll negotiate the paving with them.
Okay, so if I understand you correctly, Ed, you putting the utilities piece to the side for a second, 3.7 million total paving expense for the upcoming year. Two of that is in the operating budget, $1.25 million from ARPA. Where was the other 450 from?
There's 400 in our budget for pavement repair.
Improved roads.
Oh, so it's the combination of 2 million on line 57002, and you're saying the 400,000 up a second line 54340? Is that, am I looking at the right place?
Mr. Curley, this is Jared.
5430.
There are different options for funding that. One of the alternatives that the first select woman introduced and proposed was to, recognizing that there is a little bit of excess funding in our salary accrual, that a portion of that could be used to fill that gap, which is about, we estimate about $510,000.
Okay. And that's fine. I'm just trying to get my arms around the total planned expense. I know the town went through a lot of effort to put that plan together, and I thought it was a good one. And I just want to make sure that it's funded. Mr. Marsilio, how has that plan gone for this current year? I know that a year ago we were talking and there was concern about increasing oil prices and how that would affect the materials that you needed, and perhaps you wouldn't be able to do as many miles of road as a result. Help us understand how this year has gone and how the plan is going generally.
So we're halfway through the paving program. We've got from July to November. We've gone halfway through that, and we will have meetings within the next week and a half or 2 weeks to schedule the remainder of the program. It's over $900,000 that we have remaining, and we have the schedule of roads. we'll sit down with our vendors, and, we'll have that done before, July 1st. And then we'll also schedule, they don't care when our fiscal year ends or begins, and we'll schedule the rest of it. Yeah, it's hard because ARPA has made this very competitive, to get vendors to come and do your work in every phase of everything we do. So, we have good relationships with our vendors, and, been working with them for decades. So, we do get a little bit of preferential treatment. We're confident that we're going to accomplish this program. I think last year we paved nine miles of road.
Yeah, a little over 9.
9.19 miles of road last year, and we're on target to do that about this year. In 21, we did 11. We did 8.2 in 21. So in the past 2 years, we did 17 miles, and that doesn't include what we've done this year. So this program is showing a real effect in town in the quality of life and the rideability of roads. And so we get compliments on that all the time.
Yep, no, I would agree. I think you guys are doing a good job, a great job, frankly. And I live in town and work in town, and I'm on opposite ends, so I'm traveling a lot of the miles on town to and from work. So I appreciate the work that you're doing. I just know that there was a concern about the commodity prices on oil and how the dollar may not stretch as far, and you may not be able to do as many miles as you had hoped. So I'm glad to hear that the program's going well. How many miles do you expect to do in the upcoming fiscal year? Is it about 8 to 10 a year? Is that kind of your target?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
that's great. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Curley. I want to follow up on a couple things you asked, if I could. Well, two things. One, I guess I'm a little bit confused about the numbers that we went through. Is that when we talk about the 3.7 million, is that account 54340 part of that? Jared, you also mentioned the excess payroll accrual, and what does that mean? Is that reflected in this budget somehow, or is it not? I mean, how much paving expense is there in the budget? Is it the 2.4 million with these two line items, and then we're going to have ARPA? And if that's it, then how do we actually get how does the 510,000 work? Is that going to be dependent on coming to the board and asking for a transfer, or can you walk us through that?
Sure. So I think, Bucky can talk more about the 400,000, but my understanding with that is that's always been, we call it chip seal, the smaller repairs. Is that?
It has been, but in this program, we kind of picked the low-hanging fruit early on, and we did that sort of work right out of the box. And we found at the time that we were getting good cooperation and collaboration with the vendors. And so we did the reclamation and the mill and pave portion of the program, which, in my opinion, has a 15 to 20 year life for the mill and pave, and 20 to 30 year life for the reclamation. So I thought that was a better use of the money. We have not done a lot of chip seal work. The $400,000, you're correct. That's what that was used for.
For asphalt.
For asphalt.
Potholes.
Now understand that the more roads we do, just like the more equipment that we buy new, there is not an immediate effect, but there is a gradual effect where your pothole maintenance and your general roadway maintenance begins to level off and decrease. You're addressing this asset You're improving the asset. And we have been very fortunate to have your support to come out of the chute and accomplish what the report that we charged Beta to do to accomplish that. And I think we're able to cannibalize some other dollars if we had to. That discussion, I vaguely remember that discussion, but in my discussions with John, when we try to figure out our program for the year, this extra money does not come into play until this time next year. It'll be the second phase of this coming year's paving budget, and we'll know better right there where we stand with the utilities, with our program. I can tell you quite frankly, right now, as we sit here, there is not a state bid that's available to us to pave with right now. There's a dispute in Hartford for this region, particularly as to what this year's price will be for asphalt, which is what we always piggyback on. So there's a lot of unknowns. We just have to be nimble and try to accomplish what we can with the money we have for now.
Okay, yeah, and I completely appreciate how volatile it can be on the pricing side in particular, but I just, to sum up what you said, I do want to make sure I understand this, because it sounds like, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that you get to the amount you need through the two line items in this budget plus the ARPA. Does that basically get you to the 3.7?
Yes, Laura, very, very close to
Okay.
that.
Okay, so and the reason so this, extra payroll accrual, which I'm not quite sure how we would effectuate that anyway, but we can put that to the side for a moment, or maybe when we talk about contingency. But at the moment, we don't necessarily need that to fund that 3.7 that you need. Okay. And you did, I think you said this already, but again, just to be clear, and this was more of an issue last year when oil prices were what they were, but we had this plan put together, and the plan was measured in terms of, I guess, how many roads we wanted to do and getting our roads in a certain condition that was attached to dollars. But we seem to be measuring, but we measure the budget in terms of dollars, right? So as Mr. Curley said, there was a concern that the same dollars would get you less roads. I think what I heard you say is we are on track with the dollars that we've spent, and with these dollars that we've budgeted, we are on track to have the coverage in terms of roads in that plan that you anticipated having. Is that fair?
That is fair, but I do not have the prices yet in hand. That's
Got
fair.
it. Okay. I guess to date, I would say, and then yes, this upcoming year is an unknown because of these questions around pricing. Okay. And maybe that may be where, that $510,000 comes in if needed, but okay. So we are on track with that plan to accomplish the amount of roads that we wanted to. Okay.
Madam Chair, just to address your question about using the accrued, sorry, Jim.
I just want to take that out of your way.
Using the accrued payroll. So yeah, there would have to be some kind of transfer. We didn't include any budget. We're still in catch-up mode when it comes to paving. And so, we are open to using one-time sources, and that has the potential to be one. Whereas that would be a one-time, I'll call it resource revenue that could potentially be used if prices go up, if there is not enough money next year, or at any point in the future that's a potential. But yeah, there would have to be. I don't know the procedural mechanics of it, but we figure out how to make that kind of transfer. And for that reason, we weren't including it as part of the budget because it would be one time in nature.
Got it. Okay, and I was just going to say the same thing. So if this amount reflected in the budget does turn out to satisfy our needs, that 510,000, because I think it might have been next year if I have the numbers in my head correctly. There was some point in time over the next year or two that we were still anticipating needing a small bond, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay, so that 510 could go against that once the ARPA money starts running out and before we get to the pure maintenance mode. Okay, that is very helpful. Thank you. Mr. Curley, did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, just on that very last point that you made, Mr. Marsilio, I understand the long-term plan is roughly 2 million a year in spend as maintenance. We're in this catch-up mode. Jared, you made a very good point there in terms of short-term versus longer term. Do we just have one more year of catch-up after this, or is it multiple years?
Last year was the first year. We had a 5-year plan to get to 2 million. So we have 2 more years after this.
Okay,
And the
that's
$3 million
helpful.
plus, yeah.
Yep, that's helpful. Thanks, that's all.
Thank you. Okay. John, I can't see the room. Anybody have another question?
Walsh has one.
Mr. Walsh, thank you.
So, Mr. Marsilio, you mentioned about being nimble with your plan. Is part of that nimbleness being what you were talking about earlier with the utilities? So if the gas or water company come to you, say, where you now decided to, a couple of years back, it was the beach area, but they were replacing all the gas lines all at once. And it tore up all the roads, and we got you extra money to be able to take advantage of that. So, and that's always a good thing because you do half, they do half, and we get a brand new road out of it. So I would encourage, and I know you look forward to that yourself. So you have a plan, but in staying nimble, if the gas or water utilities come to you and say, we're going to be doing these 8 to 10 roads because we're expanding either our service or we're replacing what's already in there because our infrastructure is too old. You look at being nimble by trying to okay, we should take advantage of this opportunity and maybe put a road off that maybe you planned on doing in fiscal year 24, but you want to take advantage of this, correct?
We would pivot. I would
pivot,
take this money and I would use it to stretch double what that expenditure could yield. I mean, we would immediately pivot and I would come and tell you that.
Yes.
Next year, this was the program.
Yep.
But this landed on our plate and we took advantage of that.
Perfect. Okay. That's what I wanted to hear you say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Walsh. Any other questions on this budget? Okay. Actually, I just have one quick follow-up. So, and Mr. Marsilio, on the utilities, so you had mentioned you don't know what's going to happen, but if you get revenue, from them, you use it for paving, and it sort of nets out, if you will. Where does that revenue get reflected? And I know maybe there's not any in the current year, but where is that reflected for prior years? Maybe that's a question for Frank.
I would have to go back and look. I mean, because.
Can you just let us know? I just want to know whether it's netted out of the payroll line. I mean, I'm sorry, the paving line. I don't think it should be. Or what would the gross up be? I think that would be helpful to understand. I mean, again, you can get back to us, but can you just let us know how that's been accounted for and what that, what those numbers have looked like for the past couple of years?
Yeah, to your point, it could just be netted against the expenditure, which, I understand the cleaner way to do it will run it through a revenue and an expenditure, and they would both net out anyway. But it just may make it a little, I'll go back and look, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, even if we had even if we had it as a contra expense in the, expense budget, I still think that would be important. So let us know kind of what the trend has been in prior years. All right. Any other questions on this budget? Mr. Walsh?
Yeah, Mr. Marsilio, we've been buying new trucks, correct?
Yes.
A lot of new trucks, as you can find them.
Well, we've been very fortunate that early on, we had orders in for the over $100,000
Yep.
vehicles in the large capital program. But in the last 3 years, we've been very unlucky, I guess, in being able to procure vehicles that we need. Last year, we had a program that we asked you, that I began asking for $600,000 to replace what we knew had to be replaced. And I had to get realistic at that time. We reduced that by $200,000 because the supply chain just wouldn't cooperate. We couldn't get it. So it's been a struggle. It's been challenging to get the simple vehicles that we need to replace what we have. I think I'm answering your question.
But so I'm gonna ask you continue on, but let me just add why I'm asking. So,
But it's loosening up. That's my.
okay.
That's
Oh, okay. Okay. So you'll be able to buy some more of the big,
Yes.
larger
Yeah.
vehicles. Okay. Because I was anticipating that the maintenance, repair, automotive number would start coming down a little bit
Yep.
from what it's been. But is that because you haven't been able to get the vehicles you need, so we're still having to pay a lot to maintain them?
No, we
Okay.
still have vehicles we have to replace that are very, very costly to maintain. Number one. Number two, these new vehicles are highly technical.
Okay.
And they get cranky.
Okay.
And we need certain kinds of equipment to dial them back in. And it's time consuming because, and they have new emissions issues.
Okay.
I won't go into that, but it's
Okay.
all brand new stuff. So it's maintenance heavy.
Okay.
But at some point, because I've experienced this, you will start seeing that maintenance line go down.
Okay. Thank you for the explanation. That's all I have, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Any other questions on this budget? Okay. All right. Well, we can move on then to street lighting, which is page 143 in the book.
So as we all know, the street lights is simply a tariff. It's a factor of the number of street lights we have multiplied by the Pura approved rate. And there's no appeal to that. The only way of reducing that is to reduce your street lights.
We did reduce it with LEDs, right? Or
Yes.
at one time saving, we're down, but we're past that even being on the budget sheet.
Well, that's the
Yeah.
new one.
We're in the new normal.
So this electric bill obviously increased because of the power, prices went up. It's not as a dramatic percentage as the buildings because when you're streetlights, the UI actually owns the streetlights and they maintain the streetlights, so their cost, it's a lot involved in the value of the light itself and the maintenance of the light. Therefore, even though the price of the power went up, it's only like a 4% increase for the streetlights versus the buildings, which was 13 or 14.
Yeah.
Can I just dovetail off that? So, John, just my own curiosity. So the difference in the fiscal year 21 actual versus the fiscal year 22 actual is the differential of the increases of electric rates themselves. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay.
Tariff.
Yeah, makes sense.
I understand, they pay us taxes for those lights too, so.
Are there any lights left, Bucky, that have to be replaced?
Not that I know of.
They're all, every single one to
LED,
Mr.
yeah.
Walsh's point. Okay. All right. Very good.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Testani. Any other questions? Oh, Mr. Curley?
Yeah, real quickly. Thank you, Madam Chair. I see on page 142, the description, 4,200 streetlights unmetered, 122 LED decorative lights. I imagine the decorative lights are the holiday lights. The 4206, are they all LED at this point?
That's,
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so we're not going to get any future savings down there. And I thought that's what you guys were just talking about, but I just wanted to make sure I understood that. Okay, I have no further questions. Thanks.
The decorative lights, the ones that are on Post Road, those, the glass, more decorative lights that go straight down Post Road.
They are probably the other metered individual ones. They're actually sprinkled throughout the town. There are some why I would call it decorative because they're on the steel pole by themselves. And so maybe an
Parking
on
lot.
top.
Okay.
The other ones there, 38 other meter accounts, those would be the string of lights that are Post Road.
Okay. Thank you.
Really great.
All right, thank you very much. We are going to move to WPCA. Mr. Cattell, Mr. Marsilio, are you out of here for this, or are you part of this discussion?
we could stay. I know Mr. Devanzo and Ron from WPCA are here. I did not prepare that budget.
Okay, no, I just wasn't sure. I wanted to thank you before you left, but I didn't want to thank you prematurely if you were going to stick around.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Really good.
Thanks very much for everything you do.
I just want to really thank you. I mean, I'm telling you as an individual member, I have a lot more confidence in what's going on many of these departments for a lot of dollars that you manage on behalf of the town.
Wow.
And a lot of it is like your common sense explanations on why you do certain things. So I really appreciate it. We've had issues, as we know, with the department, and it's been a breath of fresh air for you guys to come in and take over and be able to explain things, not in a way where you're trying to talk over our heads, but explain them and do what you say you're going to do. So on behalf of myself, this member, I'd like to thank you.
I agree.
Thank you.
100%.
Thank you very much.
Really great.
Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you again. All right. So we are going to move to WPCA, and that is on page 227 of the book. Under self-supporting, the first fund.
She just said
227.
All right. Whoops. Okay. Who's going to start the ball rolling to take us through this? Mr. Devanzo? Okay, thank you. You want to just introduce yourself for the record? And
Joe Devanzo, Vice Chair of the WPCA Commission.
thank you.
And I guess the disclaimer starts with the plant manager who put this budget together is on leave right now.
Okay.
But we've pieced it all back together again, and we're ready to explain it.
Okay.
Okay, on page 228 is our revenue in the budget book. Okay, and the first thing I want to point out is our revenue will not be going up 26.37%, which is what the page shows. It's because of an accounting change the town wants to do. They want to capture the extra money, our fund balance. Typically, when we set the rate by policy to cover the expenses of the department, and we've been setting the rate so that we produce another approximately $1 million for the fund balance. Okay, so the adjustment you have to make in your mind is on the line 43001, current sewer use fees. The FY23 budget shows $5,683,213, and the 24 budget shows $7,668,769. That is because of the accounting change the town made. And you'll see that again on the expense side. So in your minds, if you could think of the FY23 budget as 6.8 million, going up to 7.668, which is an 8% increase. That's the first thing I just want to point out. Probably the most important thing. And again, on this revenue budget, you'll see three major lines. The major lines I'm going to talk about, I'll talk about them all, but the WPCA infiltration I&I line is budgeted next year for $412,000. This is the money we charge to the developers to build buildings. We look at the building department, which you saw earlier in the evening, and their numbers are slightly down. So we brought our numbers slightly down. Okay. What we did do last August is we raised the rates 25% for these developers. So I don't anticipate this August we will be raising the rates again. So that was a 25% increase in FY23. It will probably remain the same through this period. So the lower number is simply the fact that we're expecting fewer buildings just based on the building department, what you heard earlier in the evening. That said, you'll see a corresponding $400,000 expense item on the expense side in account 54360, which is the I&I correctional improvements. So whatever money we bring in on this line, we spend out. So if we see ourselves going up to 500,000, we will increase our fixes on I&I. Will do more pipes. The sewer use fees are going up about 8%. As I said, we anticipate, we have the benefit of doing those increases. We meet in July and we put the increases through in August. Again, the policy is to cover the expenses and to cover the increase to our fund balance. So when we get to July and August, I believe we're going to see an increase of somewhere between 8 and 12% on our fees.
But
the other things you'll see, the other item I want to point out, I'm going to turn around to our town department heads over behind me. That 180,687 represents about 1.5% of our $15 million. What I've been hearing on all the other town departments is 4.5% on our money is not unusual. So that number should be closer to 500,000-600,000. So we will look at that as we get closer to our August setting rates, and we'll factor that into how we set our rates.
So just a clarification on that, that line, as I understood it, is the interest to users that haven't paid their bills.
That's
That's what that line, that's
Okay.
what that line is.
which line are we talking about?
no,
The sewer user interest
no.
fees.
That 180,000
Yes.
is interest we pay to people that haven't paid their bills?
No, it's interest that gets charged to people who haven't paid their bills. That are late, correct.
Joe, I think what you're talking about,
I'm
which I
sorry.
think you probably should talk about, is 44001.
One, the interest, the
Estimated.
investment income. That's the interest. I'm sorry. I got my line screwed up. Sorry.
Do we normally get that from the town?
Well,
Your money?
it started 3 years ago when I kept complaining
Yeah.
that we weren't getting interest on our money. It was much less then. And as I've been hearing, it's grown significantly based on the economy and interest rates. So yes. But it still holds the same thing. It will offset some of the sewer user increases.
I'm sorry, I'm reading zero, is that right?
Yeah, it's got to be, we have to get we have 15 million in the fund as of February 28th. So I'm anticipating somewhere between 12 and 15 million will be our average annual balance. So I anticipate 4% on 12 million is 480,000. 4.5% is a little over 500,000. So that number should be coming to us.
Madam Chairwoman, can I ask the question of the finance department about that? Like, where is that money?
Yeah, I was just going to ask the same thing, please.
Oh, okay.
So
Where is that money?
I think it's important to first preface that.
There's the money.
Here. This is the right way to start it.
No, that wasn't. Still getting used to it.
I'm confident that money, go ahead.
All right, so first of all, as we all know, it's a good problem that we have, but it's a new problem. Their 15 million is, and has historically just been included in the interest for the general fund. So it would be included in our, in the cash that we assume, in the general fund budget for interest, it would be part of that number. From the meeting the other night, I gather that some may think that number is a little bit conservative. So if you were going to raise that number, you know, this would be a place where, you know, we'd have to lower our cash assumptions in our general fund and place the interest here.
So can I just ask a clarifying question? So that cash, even though it may sit in a pooled account with the general fund, that cash actually belongs to this fund, correct? So
Correct.
the interest earned on it should be passed on to the sewer users in the form of revenue. Is it, I guess here's where I'm confused. Have we actually passed on that interest income in the past? Maybe we didn't budget for it, but it was passed on and it was sort of figured in the rate setting process, or has it not been passed on in the past?
My understanding, and Jared could correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is it was the historical practice that it wasn't passed on. And remember, I mean, it was very close to zero, and the WPCA has,
got it.
you know, but my understanding is it hasn't been passed on.
Right, and that's, at least since I've been here for 2.5 years, that's been the practice. And to Frank's point, that's, you know, the interest on the money has been so minimal that, that we just continue to do that. But we were planning to make this part of the, I know there's probably going to be some follow-up on interest income. So we were planning to make this part of that conversation when that happens.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And if I could just ask one other clarifying question, just to jump back, and Mr. Devanzo, the way you described the current sewer use fees, I just want to make sure I understood it. So basically, this number was a plug, if you will, in the past to kind of make the revenues and expenses equal versus the revenue that you actually thought you would collect. But in fiscal 23, that 5.6 million is really 6.8 million. And so so when I go to fiscal 24, the 7,668,000, that's the actual revenue that you anticipate for fiscal 24.
Is correct. Covering the
And that,
expenses plus
yeah,
the
and that
extra
will
money.
create that, because, and I think we talked about, and I think this is a good way to do it. So that is a realistic revenue number, and revenues will still equal expenses, but the offset on the expense side will be this transfer to surplus, right?
Yes, and we'll see that when we talk
Budgeted
on
surplus. Okay.
We'll see that on the expense side. Correct.
Got it. So if there were to be an adjustment now or in the future to reflect interest income on your fund balance that you're carrying in a budget, that would basically do the same thing, right? We'd have a gross up in the revenue side, and that would result in an additional transfer to surplus of that money. Or I guess alternatively, you could give it back to the sewer,
Yes,
pass it through to sewer bills, either way. Okay,
that's correct. We could adjust it in the sewer bills. Correct.
got it. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Devanzo, while we're still there.
Yep.
Where do you think they're leaning on that? They adjust the rate, the 10 to 12% that you're anticipating will be the increase? Or do you think you're going to put it into surplus, or recommend putting it into surplus? If, say the number is $500,000, let's just throw a round number out there.
Okay. I'm not the commission. I'm a member of the.
I understand.
I would push towards something halfway between.
Okay.
It wouldn't go up as far as the 8 to 12%, but I certainly would try to capture a little bit more based on looking at what we're looking at 5 years out.
Exactly. Okay.
So, but I'm one member. I'm not the commission.
All right.
And the other thing, Jim, I pointed it out when we were doing the capital, I'm looking at volumes are down.
Yes,
Which I'm not happy with.
yes.
And if you stop washing those bottles, you're gonna stop using water, and that's going to affect us.
Jim, burn your
Jim, I
bottles.
promise you
burn
I'll
your
make you that
plastic.
water up someplace else.
A couple extra flushes would do.
My
Okay,
plans.
sorry. So, really, the rest of it is noise. Our sewer permits, basically, we used a 3-year average of, for that 14,600. The waste collection is our septage. We do have a new pool policy, and I know Sacred Heart is going to take advantage of dumping their water into the sewer system, and that's the line that they're going to get. So that septage might be a little bit higher than that 2,000, but again, it's noise in these numbers. The topsoil is an alley, and that's by contract. The fog permits, definitely, I'm thinking, again, one member, we had that $100 fog permit. We got to look at the cost of what it costs our inspectors to go out. That probably will go up to about 125 if I had my choice, and that's what I would recommend. The I&I we've talked about, and again, I think the I&I will be higher, but I don't want to commit to that as we're setting the rates. There's nothing really else in the numbers. I'll just wait for questions on any of the revenue. They're small numbers.
Okay.
What's a fog
Any
bond?
questions on revenue or Mr. Matola?
Sure.
Just what's the fog permit? What is it?
Fog, fat, and other greases. We have
Oh.
420 restaurants or
That's
food
fine.
establishments.
Thank you. I had the same
We
question.
don't have a fog permit. There are different classes. We deal with the health department with that.
I got it.
Okay. Sorry.
All right. Should we can, if there's more questions, we can come back, but it's okay if we flip to expenses?
Sure.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I've broken out the payroll and the overtime, health, OPED, and social security, and between contracts and the town numbers coming to us, our payroll is up $150,000, which is 5.2%. We've added no people. The original budget that was submitted, I believe, had a request for headcount of 2 people, 2 mechanics. That was taken out, this version. And we're going to deal with it with overtime. We've added $33,000 in overtime just to cover that in general. The big numbers. The big numbers come from fees and professional, 53,200. We're down 89,000, and that we thank the town for. That is our chargeback from the town. We hired an engineer that reports to the plant superintendent. So our chargeback number from the town for engineering services and other town services to us, tax, accounting, et cetera, is down. Contracted property services is up 90,000. That's account 54010. That's due to the increase in the disposal of grit screenings. They've doubled in price. The town of Manchester, Connecticut shut their dump site. We now have to haul it out of state, which all the other Connecticut towns have to do the same. So that's up significantly, 90,000.
Wait, disposal of what? I'm sorry.
Grit and screenings. It's a byproduct of our plant.
And screenings, thank you.
Some of it goes across to Denali and gets mixed into compost. And that's the 15,000 you saw in revenue. And some of it has to be carted away.
Okay.
And the rest of it gets put into Long Island Sound after we clean it up as water. 54,010 is contracted property. Oh, that was the contracted property services. 54,310 is maintenance and repair of equipment. Again, not much to say there. The repair costs continue to climb. We've talked about this as we do our projects. It's also in our maintenance. What happened on this account, by the way, is the Board of Selectmen moved $375,000 out of this number. So this number is only up 45,000 from what you're seeing in the budget book. And they've moved it to the authorized appropriations account 59,500, which is the accounting adjustment the town made. Now, the rationale, so you're seeing that second to last line in the budget is, again, that's the other side of the town accounting for the extra money we have in revenue above what we set our rates at. Okay, and the rationale for the Board of Selectmen doing that was because if we left it in the budget, it would be at the plant level and the WPCA level to approve it. By moving it to the authorized appropriation, it becomes a fund appropriation, and we have to go through the boards. So you'll be seeing when we're ready to do the repair, cleaning of the secondary digester, we'll be coming back to the boards. That was just the technique they used. Materials for maintenance and repairs, I did that. Special department supplies, 56,140. I talked about this before, I remember at a different meeting. The polymers are up, methanol is up 76%, methanol is up 13%, and the UV parts are up 43%. That's the part of the plant that cleans the water, sending it back to Long Island Sound. You saw the revenue side of it. We get about 40 to 60,000 a year on nitrogen removal credits. So that's sort of offset by that revenue. Two things that we haven't seen too much in the past, but we're starting to see it, and we will see it in the future, is the redemption of the bonds and the interest expense on the bonds. That's going up $250,000 in our budget. The bonds are going up 166,000, the principal, and the interest is going up 83,000 from the prior year. And then the item I skipped, which is the big item, the 5,700, is the capital outlay item. Those are the items that the plant needs that are below $100,000 and below. And I know Sheila will love this, a new grit chamber. And we're going to do that. So we get the grit out of the byproduct so we can ship it out of state. So it costs us more money. The nitrogen optimization equipment. We need a spare pump for the Eastern pump station. We have 3 plant water pumps that we want to replace at 17,000 each. We have a bypass pump we want to, and I'm sure you can talk about this. Ron can talk about this. A bypass pump for the plant. And then we have some fire alarm equipment that we need to upgrade the plant. And that is our expense side. And when you make all those adjustments, the revenue side is up 8%, the expense side is up 8%. It's balanced. Yep.
Okay, thank you very much, Joe, for that thorough walkthrough. I'm sure there are questions. Who wants to go first? Oh my goodness.
It was
Did
so
I?
thorough, there's no question.
All right, well, let me ask a quick one. And maybe this comes from the town, but can you explain the health self-insurance number that is down? So that's account 52,100. Jared, was that just an overall? I mean, will we come back to this when we go through that health insurance budget?
It's something that there's going to have to be, first of all, an administrative change for, because the Board of Selectmen increased the health self-insurance in the general fund. We need to increase it for the other 2 funds also. So that's just an admin change because we get new information, and also this board will get new information probably before it votes. But it's also just because the health insurance is allocated as a percentage of headcount. And so the percentage of the WPCA headcount as a percentage of the total town decreased a little bit. So that's why it's, it's going to change from
Okay,
there.
so that number is going to change. So we'll come back to
number's
that.
going to change. Yep.
Okay. And just a couple other quick things. The second, well, maybe 2 or 3 things. There's a line item transfers out, 589.50, and there's nothing in it. But what for this year or last year, but what has that historically been? What were those transfers out related to?
I could review that with Caitlin. I think it has to do with It may have been where kind of use of fund balance, where we reflected use of fund balance in some way, but I'd have to go, but I could see if I could look it up while I'm here on Munis. But
Okay, you
I
can
would
get
just-
back to us on that. I just, it's just a little bit of a funny number. Typically, if we have a transfer out, it means it's going out of the fund somewhere versus being used internally. And then I guess my last question is, Joe, you made a comment about the original budget request had dollars in there for 2 additional individuals.
Two mechanics, yes.
Okay, and that got cut. And can you, so maybe you can talk about that a little bit. And is that tied into, so I know there was also discussion about getting an audit done of some sort or an operational review done of the WPCA. And so maybe those new payroll is waiting for that. But if that's the case, is the funding for that operational audit included in this budget? And if so, where is it?
Okay, you actually, Lori, answered your own question. They were taken out because of the operational audit that is in the process of being done. Our commission has that on their agenda. We were waiting for a number. I know I was just talking to Mr. Marsilio about a number so we could plug it into our commission and then get it around the boards. That will be in coming out of this year's fund, we believe. It's that far down.
So
the
fiscal
line.
fiscal 23.
Fiscal 23. So
Okay.
it'll be done by fiscal 23. That's the
Got it.
anticipate. That's what we're hoping for.
Okay, so then whatever that audit or recommends, and I don't know if it's an audit or a consulting study or what it is, but whatever it recommends, we don't have any money in here right now. If the recommendation were to add those additional engineers or whoever back into this department, that would have to be something that you'd have to figure out either by reducing the contribution to surplus or something else, right?
Well, what we would wind up doing because of our time frame, we'd get the benefit of setting that rate in August. Depending on what the number is, we have an opportunity to cover it before we actually start executing the budget in July.
Got it. So you could cover it through rate, basically.
That is potential. I'm not saying yes, but it's a potential.
It's a potential. Okay. Yeah, and I guess, and your commission has voted on this budget, correct?
On this budget, yes.
You voted on this, but just because of your timing and when you do your rates, you sort of have this preliminary budget, but when you get around to September, there's going to be changes based on how you set those rates, et cetera, and you'll have more information. Okay.
That is correct.
All right. Okay, let me pause there. Mr. Walsh, did you have your hand up?
No, I don't.
Madam Chair, can I
Okay.
just respond to your other question?
Yes, please.
The transfers out. So FY 22, that 120,000 was for the microgrid project. And to your point, it looks like transfers out going through due to froms, to fund projects accounted
capital
for, say,
projects
capital
funds.
projects fund. Yep,
Okay.
exactly. So that's
Okay.
what that line would be used for. FY 21 is more the same microgrid and something for another project. So.
Okay, so to the extent we use fund balance, and I know we originally talked about doing a little bit of that for the trunk line project, and then we kind of abandoned that and decided to bond it all. But to the extent we were using fund balance, that's where we would account for it. We would move money out of here and into the capital projects fund. That's essentially a transfer of fund balance for that purpose.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Mr. Curley?
Yep, thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for the detail, Mr. DeFonso. A couple of questions, going back to the start of your presentation. If I understand the idea, the revenues are 8.6 million and change, expenses 8.6 million and change. They're by design meant to equal each other. I get that. if I heard you correctly, I thought you said that you're going to set your rate specifically to the sewer use fees so that you build in that $1 million surplus that will contribute to your fund, correct?
That is correct.
And are we seeing that $1 million? Like
Yes.
where am I seeing the $1 million? Like if it wasn't accounted for, like where would I see that surplus showing up? Is it the 733 and then otherwise spread on the expense line?
Yeah, yeah, it's in the 8.676. The plug is in the current sewer user fees, that's 7,668.
Yeah.
And the offset is in 59,500, which is
59.
1.1, which is 1.1 million after the Board of Selectmen made their adjustment to it.
Got it. And I'm looking at the book, which doesn't reflect that.
Book doesn't
update. So
reflect that. That's why I mentioned
Yeah.
it.
Yep. No, I appreciate that. That's the missing link. So, getting back to the other piece of the discussion about how, on the revenue side, account 44001, the investment income, you do have, roughly a 12 to $15 million average balance. If that turns out to be a $450,000 revenue benefit, is the expectation that that would be passed on as a benefit in lower fees, or would it contribute that much more to the your fund balance?
And the answer from one commission member, we're going to look at it, but if I have to worry about when we set that rate. The rate right now is $4.85 per 100 CCFs.
Yeah.
And I mentioned once before, I don't know if anybody remembers it, our volume is down slightly.
Yep.
So to cover this number, we'd have to go up to a double-digit increase because it's a rate times volume, that it's simple math.
Right.
So I would probably go halfway, and if it was 600,000, I made that number up, guys. 600,000, I'd take 300 and try to reduce it to try to offset maybe if we're down in volume. Now I may get surprised to see a query to send us their latest volume numbers, and it may be fine. It may be equivalent to last year. It's just the preliminary numbers I have seen are actually about 5% lower than they were last year. And I know you weren't on the board in 2019. In 2019, we had the last precipitous drop in volume, and we had to raise our rates 14%. And that did cause a clamor in town.
Yeah, understood. And I'm sensitive to that point as well. I just recognize that if this geography changes as Frank describes it, it doesn't happen, then you guys are going to try and target that $1 million surplus. And if you've got this $450,000 interest income benefit, given the news that you had presented to us several meetings ago about the impending doom and potential insolvency in a few years, I think it might be in the best interest to try and just take that extra interest income as gravy and not pass it back. But that's just one person survey. So I just want to understand your thinking on that. Thank you. I appreciate the indulgence.
Duly noted. I will take that back to our commission.
Thank you, Mr. Curley. And if I could just follow up on one quick thing, because the authorized appropriation, which is 733,000 in the book, and you explained, Joe, that was going to be 1.1 million after the Board of Selectmen.
They increased it by 375 for the cleaning of the secondary digester.
Right.
Correct.
Yeah. And so I guess that was my point. So excluding anything that might happen with interest income, what this means is that you are budgeting for, it's not $1 million. You're budgeting to increase fund balance by 733,000 based on this budget.
Yes, because that 370, yes.
It's the idea is that would be used to clean. The intent is to come back and ask to use that to clean the secondary digester. Got it.
That is
okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Questions? Jim, do you have your hand up?
No, I'm sorry. Nope.
I couldn't tell if you were just like scratching your arm or.
I realize I had a button undone. So.
All
No
right. Are there
questions. Look like.
no more questions?
Let's go.
No.
All right. Well, okay, I guess we're all set. Well, I just, Joe, thank you very much. This was an excellent presentation, really comprehensive. Thank you. I know you're a volunteer like us. You've certainly been going above and beyond. And so I just want to thank you for everything you do.
Thanks,
you.
Joe.
You're welcome.
Thank
Joe,
you.
when are we going to see you again?
Next week, I'll come for money.
Excellent.
Thank you, guys.
I know.
All right.
Let's go.
Okay, so I'm just going to take a look here. I do not see any requests for public comment, and I'm going to assume I don't see anybody in the room. Is that right? Okay, so we can move on to our favorite topic, Penfield Pavilion. So that's Department 7030. And we can start out with revenue. Anthony, is this a record? It's only 9:45. Have you ever, I feel like, the night is young for you.
It is definitely young. I appreciate that.
I thought it might be, I actually thought we might be out of here by 9 o'clock tonight, but no such luck. So if we could, so first of all, welcome. Thank you for being here. Glad it's a little bit earlier than last year. And if I could direct the board to page 17 for the revenues, and Mr. Calabrese, over to you.
Madam Chair, before I interrupt Anthony, I just want to, before he starts presenting, and I'm sorry for stopping the pace. But in everybody's backup, there's the contingency budget that he had submitted to the Board of Selectmen, and that's related to Penfield. So in case, anybody had questions about it, I think it's on the last pages of the backup. So I just wanted to tell everybody that it's there.
Okay, I'm sorry. Is that in the posted backup?
Yes, it should. Yeah, it should be.
That's page 48.
47 and 48, or 46, 47 and 48 is where he's got that, what he submitted to the Board of Selectmen. So 47 and 48.
Okay, thank you for pointing that out. Appreciate it. All right.
Sorry, Anthony.
No worries, Frank. Thank you. For the record, Anthony Calabrese, Director of Parks and Recreation. So Penfield revenue, the assumption here, as I stated last night to you guys, was that the pavilion would be closed and continue to be closed. So that's how we budgeted. So you'll see seasonal locker rentals are at 0. The concession is at 0. Jackie Durrell rentals are at 208, which is where we anticipate them to be based on 150 events. And the Penfield rentals obviously would be 0. We don't have daily lockers. That line really should have been removed years ago. Any questions on the revenue?
All right, over to the room. John, can you moderate until I see the screen again?
Yeah, Mr. Walsh, go ahead.
Anthony, where is the rental of the facility? The Penfield one rental is 200,000, because I thought we were talking that it was going to be around 400,000 in a normal year.
That was what we budgeted this past year, the current budget that we're in, because the building was closing as of November 1st. So I believe
Happier.
to
So you
date,
did half a year to 200 last year?
correct. Yeah, to date, I believe we were at 218, I think is where we finished up.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Makes sense.
I don't see any other people here with questions. I don't know.
Well,
Okay.
I guess my question, I guess my question is if the RTM were to approve what we approved last night, would you try to rent out the Penfield Pavilion, even if it was for some of these end of life stuff? Is there some type of number you could get to us on that?
Yeah, so you have it in your backup. I think Frank said page 47, 48. So the contingency that I put together essentially, I'll run through the revenue side of it first. We could open up the locker rooms. Ideally, we're not going to get any revenue for fiscal 24, which is the year that we're talking about tonight. All that revenue would come in the current fiscal year because we would take those rentals
Gotcha.
now.
Yes, understood.
Concession, as I mentioned last night, I've been in contact with our current concessionaire. He's in 1-year options right now, so we could renew his contract. Again, half of his rental, so about 20,000 or so, would come into the current fiscal year. The next 20 would come as of July 1, so that would be revenue for the next budget. And then we anticipate if we were to open up the pavilion, we could probably get about 15 rentals on the books. Again, it's just July 1 through Labor Day. That's our peak season, so I don't see us getting the weddings, but it doesn't, this is prime time for us. So, Friday, Saturdays, Sundays, those are going to rent, even if they are birthday parties, retirement parties. But again, conservative estimate was about 15 events because we are on such short notice here. At using an average rate of about $27.50 times those 15 events, it's a little over $41,000 in revenue. So between the concession and the Penfield rentals, it's a little over 60,000.
All right, and that's a change you'd feel comfortable with if the RTM votes in favor of what's coming to them that we voted on last night, correct?
That's correct.
And if not, if they were, God forbid, ever to turn it down, then we could not increase those areas, correct?
So I guess it's not real. I don't know that it's really related. And I apologize if I'm misunderstanding, right? So the RTM, if they don't approve the money, we're back to square one with Penfield. Something has to be done, whether that means, the bodies are now looking at knocking the building down or, going back to the drawing board. I don't know that it prevents us from opening the building. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I'm not 100% sure on that. But you guys are the last stop for us for adding this contingency money back in, if my recollection is correct, right? RTM can't add money.
All right, so let me turn to the administration. What's going to happen if the RTM does not approve it? We should not add this money back in, right? Because we're going to have to do something, or the administration's going to have to do something, I would think, about not having us have a retrograde. I'd be fully in favor then of, not having the funds, because we have to bring this grade beam down to where it is, where it needs to be under FEMA's regulations.
Well, I think there would, if the RTM were to reject it, I guess, to Anthony's point, we'd be back to square one, and there might have to be a vote on some other proposal.
Well, that has to be done by March 31st. The RTM's voting on what? I think we said the 27th.
I doubt that would happen. I think, this is our shot. This is our shot to, to vote on the resolution that will be before the RTM. Yeah, I think this is going to be the shot to do something by March 31st. If that doesn't pass, then I think that date is going to go by. The consequence will be there. How that relates to the opening or not opening of Penfield in the summertime, I don't know. I don't know that the RTM rejecting the resolution prevents us from opening Penfield. I don't know. I guess that would be a question for Anthony.
Madam Chair, can I just interject? Yeah, and you can. I'm not sure it makes a lot of sense for us to sit to speculate about this. I mean, I think, we don't know what's going to happen. I mean, I can guess what's going to happen, but I think it would be helpful so this $60,000, Anthony, is the gross, that's the gross revenue, right?
That's correct.
And the expenses associated with this are what?
The page right before that, about 35,000.
Okay.
So it's a net of about 26.
Okay, so we're talking about, $26,000, net, depending on what happens here. And, to me, um, I, that's a pretty small number just for this year. That's a kind of a potential contingent upside. So, I hope the pavilion is open and that we can enjoy it this summer before whatever happens to it happens to it. So, let me turn it back to the board. I mean, we can have questions on this, but I just trying to keep it in perspective. This is $26,000, so I don't, I'm not sure it makes too much sense to speculate about, what may happen on March 27th. Board members.
I just want to know what would happen, Madam Chairwoman, so I'm just asking those questions.
Yeah, and I think the answer is we probably don't know. we don't know, Jim.
I think we'll have to ask the administration as we get closer to our date of voting, because.
Yeah, and that's fine.
Clearly, I need to know whether to just keep the zero in there for this revenue, whether to increase it.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I guess my point would be, I think we're going to vote, when do we vote on the budget? Do we vote? No, we vote after the 27th anyway. So
We vote on the 30th.
yeah, we vote on the
Madam-
30th, so we'll know by then. And, again, I think it's a relatively small number. So
Madam Chair?
Mr. Curley, yep.
Yeah, I agree. It's a relatively small number. We shouldn't spend a lot of time on it. I just think the point that I wanted to make was I think we're conflating the two issues. I think hopefully Anthony and the town has the opportunity to open if the time allows. I think the opportunity is created because the construction of the project didn't start last fall as the administration originally planned. So regardless of what the RTM does, whether it's the plan that was approved last night or whether it's some other plan that, as Jared mentioned, back to square one, the opportunity is here because nothing started yet. So I personally feel like it's a relatively small number. I hope that the town can open up and have the services available, but I don't think $26,000 is enough to worry about in terms of budgeting or not.
Okay.
Personally.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I thank you, whoever, just as a reminder, we will know by then, so we can deal with that adjustment if that is the case. But good to hear that, it will be open if it can be open. So, we have other, Parks and Recs departments, revenue departments to go through, but any other questions on this particular one? Okay. Anthony, do you want to keep going? So we're on page 17 of the book. Do you want to just go through your departments in order?
Yeah, you want to just stick with the revenues first?
Yeah, we may as well.
No, easy enough. So the next one that you'll see is Parks and Recreation. This is our recreation account 7050. Here, swim lessons, we just took the 3-year average. It's never a lot of money. Our swim lessons are super affordable. We do a lot of scholarships for them as well. Next line item is the programs. That's our 124 account that I reported to you guys on. Feels like only a few weeks ago, but I think it was about a month ago at least. So that number is 105 is where we're comfortable with. Miscellaneous parks. Honestly, I think these are, I don't think the blue bin, somebody was asking about blue bins earlier, and they used to be part of this number, but this is primarily barricades, picnic tables, cones and stuff for neighborhood block parties that get rented out. Next line item is the tennis concession. That's a contract. That's our 20-year contract on the tennis center. And then now it's a 2-year summer contract with the tennis center as well that was just approved by the Board of Selectmen the other night. Field rentals, we increased to about $265. Self-explanatory. That's the fees that all our leagues pay and all our residents pay when they rent fields. Miscellaneous recreation, again, it's one of those line items I think just should have been removed at some point. It's never anything there. And then Burr Mansion, this one, we're budgeting 0 because I just don't know what the plan is with the Burr Mansion. I think that was kind of what the first select woman had said last night, as the administration still hasn't made a decision on what we're going to do going forward into 24. We do have events on the books for 23 and for the beginning of 24, meaning in July, August, and September. So that's essentially where we are. If the if the administration does decide to go forward with continuing to rent Burr Mansion, it would be advisable to take this line item here and create a separate budget like we have for Penfield, or to do something else like that where it's its own cost center. When we took it over last year, again, we just put it in this account, so we had somewhere to put the revenue and an expense line, so we can charge items against that account as well. So finance is well aware of the thought process that we have on this one. But again, I don't know what the ultimate plan is for going forward with it.
Okay, so that's, and I'll turn to the board for questions, but that's another potential revenue upside, assuming we decide to go forward and rent the facility as we are doing in the current fiscal year.
If I could just chime in with one more thing before you go to questions on this. I think it's important to keep in mind, and I don't know how up to date or abreast you guys are of what the RTM is currently considering with their potential noise ordinance. But there's a proposed noise ordinance sitting on the table right now at the RTM level, where any private function, if it exceeds the 150-foot daytime distance, if you can hear something from more than 150 feet away, you would be in violation of the noise ordinance. So that noise ordinance is essentially going to shut down all events at the Burr Mansion, potentially Penfield Pavilion, because you'd be shocked at how many complaints we get from noise down there. Jackie Durrell. So our whole rental business essentially could be at jeopardy depending on what ends up ultimately being passed by the RTM.
Thanks.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Ms. Marmion?
And this is, I don't know, Anthony, you may not know this, the town, but can we get information? I know this board voted on money to renovate Burr Mansion.
$1
$1 million. I don't know the year. I just remember it. $1 million.
That should
In the
be,
Google Doc.
yes. And it should,
Oh.
in the handout there.
Thank you.
Yeah, no.
So we invested $1 million, maybe this is for the administration, in this building in order that we could have beautiful events for people in this town, outside this town, to drive revenue. I'd like to get the administration's perspective and plan sooner than later so we can understand what's going on. I get that, you know, town halls versus the seams, you want to potentially relocate departments, give them nice office space. I totally support this, but that's not why this board committed funds to renovating this space. That's number one. My second question is, and maybe this is for you, Anthony. I mean, I've gone to events at Burr Mansion. Some of them are indoors. They're not all summer, you know, wedding events with the tent. So are we renting this space out not only during the summer where I understand noise might be an issue, et cetera, but also we're renting it out inside during colder months? Isn't that correct?
Not really.
Okay.
All the rentals are both. I can't. Let me stop. There are Christmas events that happen during December indoors, 100%. Fairfield Center Stage does their Enchanted Castle, and their Christmas Carol thing. That all happens indoors. As far as private events, whether they're rehearsal dinners, small weddings, those don't normally happen in the winter months. Those normally will happen between mid-May and mid-October. And 90% of them are happening outside under the tent because you can't fit 100 people inside the Burr Mansion.
But we could market Burr Mansion for the, fall, winter season. For smaller, I've been to actual meetings there as well. We could market it that way, right? It's a lovely space.
We could market it. It's a very disjointed space. It is lovely, but it's extremely disjointed. It's not ADA compliant. There's a lot of issues and a lot of money we would have to spend to upgrade that building to make it what it could potentially be. And being of a historic nature, obviously we have some other challenges.
Changes. Gotcha. Okay. Well, thank you for that. I would put forth, I'd like to get the administration's plan sooner than later so that we don't miss out on revenue.
Yeah, and I would just, I think Anthony answered your other question about what we're, what the plan is, which is that it's a tricky space to work with. And so we are, we've talked about different options, but haven't landed on anything yet. So, we'll continue to talk about it and, figure out where to go, but there are a lot of obstacles to it. So we just don't have an answer for you right now. And we're continuing to evaluate different options.
Mr. Welsh?
Yeah, Anthony, would you be able to put together, without a ton of time, what you think the cost of Representative Vergara's proposed sound regulation is going to cost the town in revenue? Because I would like to know that in order to be able to judge whether I, as an individual representative of this board, would want to remove those revenue sources. Because I don't want to overstate revenue. And if this is something that potentially could happen, would you be able to judge like what could be heard from 150 feet away? That's not very far. I know that I'm personally probably going to be not in compliance with just some of my Sonos devices in my house.
Yep.
And if you could hear, I hear neighbor stuff from 150 feet away, not a problem. Hearing it, if that means hearing it, then that's going to close down music all over this town.
Yeah. Again, the way it's written right now, I don't know that that's the way it's going to pass, but I have some serious concerns with the way it's written, saying plainly audible at 150 feet. There's other things in there too. When you go to landscaping, again, it limits when you are able to mow your lawn. If on the weekend, if I get home at 6 o'clock, it's saying if somebody can hear me from more than 150 feet, I can't mow my lawn. There's some garbage trucks. Again, garbage trucks right now start, I think, 4:30 in the morning. Based on this, they'd only be able to start at 7. Well, now that puts them into the middle of the traffic scene, getting behind school buses, blocking up traffic that way. There's a lot of concerns, and I don't know that it's been fully vetted. But again, I preface that with, I know it's on their agenda. I don't know this will be the final version, but I don't know that anybody else is talking about it either. So.
Okay, thank you. Have you given your, have you appeared before the RTM to discuss this, or is it just sort of being discussed at a committee somewhere?
No, so Representative Galdenzi actually came to meet with me at my office, and he gave me a preview of what they were trying to do. Okay. So that's why I know of this, and I've read it. I looked at it I wanted to see when it was going before them, so I could again see what the final language was going to be, because the language has changed even since they showed it to me, right, in December.
Okay, I mean, and I just will say I don't want to. It sounds somewhat alarming. And so I have to trust that as they go through their process and they understand the implications, that they will take all this into consideration. But I guess my question, and maybe I misunderstood. So I do have the same concerns as Ms. Marmion. My question on the revenue, because I thought I heard, I don't know if it was Mr. Flynn or someone say that we weren't doing events at Burr Mansion because of the noise to the neighbors. But I mean, basically you're saying, I mean, we have noise at Penfield and we have noise at Jackie Durrell. So I'm not really sure why that's different. And by the way, as someone who lives in earshot of both facilities, I do remember in the summer months, literally every weekend, I would see that tent go up, I'd see the tent come down. There were events there was music. I mean, not a big deal from my perspective. I certainly appreciate there are other perspectives, but it just seems odd to me that this facility, if noise is the issue, is kind of being treated differently than the other two properties on the beach, which would have the same impact. So I guess we can find out more about this noise ordinance or whatever. I have a feeling that anything that has that dramatic of an impact, that'll be taken into consideration. But if you were to do the same kind of analysis for Burr as you did for Penfield, what would that look like roughly in terms of dollars? Would you have to put it together if you had a wild guess? Is it like 50 grand? Is it like what,
No. So last year, last calendar year, I'm going to talk calendar year just because it's a lot easier to quantify that for us. We had 35 events at Burr Mansion, which is a lot. Again, as I think somebody stated, we were, essentially, I don't want to say double booking, but when we took over for the museum, they were trying to keep up with the COVID cancellations, and they were making exceptions. So they had 34 events on the books. We brought in about $145,000 in revenue. The expenses were just under $60,000, so we netted about $88,000 last calendar year. For calendar year 23, we only have 15 events on the books right now. We have 9 open dates, which means we can book 9 more events, which would give us 24, which is 10 less than last year, which would be a normal year, essentially. That would bring in about $118,000 worth of revenue. Expenses actually have gone up considerably and will probably run us in the neighborhood of about $80,000 this year. So we're looking at somewhere in the $35,000 to $40,000 profit range, which essentially was the management fee that we were paying to the museum, if that makes any sense. So basically the costs stay the same as they were with the museum. Museum would have been breaking even because we would have been giving them paying them that $30,000. So it's not a huge moneymaker because of the limited amount of parties that you can have there.
Yep. Okay.
Basically one a week.
That's very helpful. Thank you for that. John, can you, I can't see the room.
Mr. Walsh has his hand up.
Jim?
Anthony, did you just say you have 15 booked events?
At Burr Mansion this year, yes.
For the calendar year or for the fiscal year?
For the calendar year, and that's 1/5.
How many are for the fiscal year, and what do you think the revenue is for that? Because that's revenue we know because we have a contract, right?
Well, everything that's booked, we have contracts. So for the 15, we have contracts. There's 8 this fiscal year.
And how many are for the fiscal year 24?
That would be the difference. So 7.
7. So you have those contracts. Do you know what the revenue is for that?
That's correct. Yes.
So why is that not in, since it's a contractual agreement we have with people, why wasn't there any income put in here for that?
Because I was not anticipating having to continue to run Burr Mansion. Again, my initial thought process was when we took this over and set it up we weren't going to be in the wedding business at Burr Mansion, and this was going to become part of town hall, whether it was offices, economic development, or what have you. So again, we took all the money that we got from the museum and put it into this revenue account. And that money has been in, I don't know if Jared or Frank could give me a better term, but I'd just like to say it's like a fund balance basically where it's deferred revenue.
Well, we have revenue for the 7. So we know we have revenue for the 7 because we can't break the contracts. So at least for the 7, we should probably get the revenue in the budget. And then what you guys decide to do after that,
yeah,
I would understand.
I would leave that to finance to decide.
The only argument against that I can see is that, I mean, there'd be revenue, but I think there's some expenses that he would incur for running the parties.
Yeah.
So net, it may just be an even.
20,000, might be 15,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we need to know what that is. Add that back in.
Jim, to your point, I think a full year from what I heard from Anthony would be a net of 38,000. I think Anthony, you said 118,000 of revenue and 80,000 for expenses, if we were to do it. And I guess, the other thing to keep in mind, at least from my perspective, this is the first I'm hearing of this town hall plan, but that is nothing we've ever discussed before. That would have to be put forth. That would have to be approved. It's not like we're going to break ground on that before the party season's over on Burr Mansion. So, it seems to me that, if that's being thought about, that's one thing. Again, I share Ms. Marmion's concerns there, but if, I just think being realistic about the timing, I'm not sure why we wouldn't go ahead and, if there's demand for Burr Mansion, go ahead and rent it, but I'll just leave that at that. Mr. Matola?
Anthony, just not pushing back on what you just said, but commenting on it. When Parks and Rec took over Burr, my understanding was that you took it over because your department could better manage the events there because you had that experience at Penfield, helping out the History Museum. There wasn't, at least at the time, a discussion or a thought that Parks and Rec was going to take it over and the town wasn't going to use the facility for events anymore. And that at the time, that there was a thought that the town was going to start using that as space for town government. So that's not how it was sold to us. I think that would have been a year ago, right? When you took
About
it
a year
over?
ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we took it over last April.
Yep.
And why would it be housed in your department if that was the case?
For all the reasons John just said.
Yeah, it's.
Right, but we're not taking rentals for calendar 24.
I know.
Right.
It makes no sense, but
Again, I'm waiting for the administration to tell me what they want to do with the building. That's, as soon as if they give me the green light, I'm happy to continue to run it. And then we'll create a budget the way it's supposed to be created. But in the interim, this is what we've got.
Well, yeah, thank you. And we can move on from this, but, I'm just going to say in retrospect, and hindsight's always 20/20, but we jumped the gun on Penfield Pavilion, closed it earlier than we needed to and we didn't have a solid plan and we didn't have timing and we didn't have to do that. We lost some revenue as a result of that. So not, taking any bookings beginning in July to me seems really premature when there's nothing before us now to transform this into a town hall and kind of break ground for what we would have to do on July 1st. So, to me, I would hate to see this turn into, another Penfield where we prematurely decided not to use a facility that we have and we give up that revenue without a realistic understanding of what the timing might be for an alternate use, even if that were decided. So that's my 2 cents.
I'm sure, all due respect, it's easy to second guess these decisions in hindsight. Alternatively, we could have kept Penfield open, and then, decided to start doing work and would have put us in a bind. We wanted to be able to start work there as soon as we got the go ahead. And so, if we got the green light from the regulatory agencies.
I don't mean to, I'm not trying to be, and like I said, hindsight's 20/20, but now we have another situation in front of us. And so I think that, to sort of preempt the use of this facility based on a plan that no one's even heard about at this point, really, we certainly haven't voted on it, allocated money for it, it just seems a little premature. It seems like we would probably, even if we were decide to go forward, to not have that as available as a rental space this summer. I have a hard time understanding that, but it's, we can move on. It would be good to follow up on that item and understand the thinking a little bit better.
So I'm sorry to interrupt, but there is just in response to question 22 on the posted backup, there are the numbers for Burr Mansion, but that there was also the response, I'm just saying that there is also a response as to the, if there was a plan. So just so everybody sees that, but there was a little bit something written there. And if there's additional follow-up, then I can go back.
Okay. All right. Is it okay with the board if we, oh, Jim, you have another question?
Yeah, well, first of all, I want to know in regards to the answer, what do these numbers mean? Like if we're going to an office situation, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, these are somebody at, the question was how much money had been spent and these amounts are.
Okay. Yeah. All right. What I would like to make a request for of the administration is I want to know I want to know the contracted revenue minus the expenses. So we have a realistic number to put in here. It's not zero. I know that. So I would like to get a realistic and the administration to come back to us, tell us what they realistically think, what the revenue and the expense number is.
You don't need the expense number though. Or
Why
you're
would
not
I
gonna-
need the
You're not going to budget, well, because we
There's
have.
no expenses?
No, there are expenses, but they're covered by the user fees. So you don't
Okay.
really need to hit the taxpayer for that, in my opinion. I'm happy to do whatever you want, but I don't think you need to.
I think the point, if the expenses equal the revenue, then there's the Burr Mansion
Yeah, I'd like to know
expenditure
what
line, there's
I'd like to see
The
what
net
you think
number. Yeah.
the revenue minus the expense, so we can put one number in the budget. That's it.
Okay,
But I'd like to see what that there was thought process into whatever that is.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Walsh. And I think that's a good request. And then it would be helpful to get further clarity. Because again, it's hard to envision that if we have some contracted events already in fiscal 24, clearly we're not moving in there at the beginning of the fiscal year. So,
Well, no, can I just clarify? I need to clarify because you keep saying that the building is open and we're taking rentals through this winter. That's part of fiscal 24, but we're not booking for calendar 24. If that makes sense. So yes, in July,
I hear you. So
July, August, September, October, there's still events happening.
Right. But I mean, is it sort of fully booked in calendar 23 then?
There, I believe we just said there were 8 events as of right now, and there's only a couple dates available. There were only 9 dates available between May and October right now. Where those openings are, I don't know off the top of my head. I'd have to.
All right. So there's what Mr. Walsh suggested, and there's some potential additional dates, at least through the end of the calendar year. Okay.
Sure.
Do you want to move on to waterfront
I would love to.
revenue? Well, then go right ahead.
All right, waterfront, you'll see our beach stickers. These numbers are where we pretty much top out every year. We did not touch the beach sticker numbers, so you'll see 900,000 is where we're anticipating. Beach parking, again, we decreased this 10% with anticipation that Penfield would be closed and that less people would be using the beach. The building would be closed, the beach would still be open, but last time we did this construction for 5 years, the beach was open, less people obviously go to the beach at that point. Beach concession, that's a contracted number, so you'll see that 29,000 there. That's the waterfront.
John, can you?
No questions, it looks like. Do you have a question,
No.
Jim?
I just want to, that whole Penfield, Burr Street rental thing kind of threw me off on that whole section. I just wanted to ask one more question, Madam Chairwoman, if you'd allow me just to go back to ask one.
Of course, yeah.
Okay, so under back to the recreations and Parks and Rec, the recreation swim and sail us. I understand, Anthony, thanks for the explanation on what that is. I guess my question is why, I mean, I know it's a 3-year average. Why are we going down like 20% a year? Because that's what the average is, right? 21% for the last 3 years. Why is it sinking so much? Or should we be increasing the cost? Or do we not want to increase the cost because we want our children to know how to swim? I'm just trying to figure it out.
Yeah, I definitely would be hesitant to raise the cost. Obviously, we want to keep this program as affordable as possible. We want people to be able to swim.
Okay.
The numbers have just gone down, and I think that's primarily all it is just a lack of people wanting to swim in the sound. I think most people, I don't want to say most people, but it seems that a lot of other people would like to take lessons in a pool as opposed to the open water.
Understood. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Mr. Walsh, can
Me too.
I clarify the question on the beach parking? So is this another, which year does it, you said you assumed Penfield would be closed and therefore this number's down 10%?
Yep.
So if it's open, is that potential upside, or I'm not sure which fiscal year this falls into?
Yeah, that would be for this upcoming summer, essentially. And really, that's where we would be focusing on. So yeah, you'd be able to change this number to 275. Again, we hit 275 when it doesn't rain. This is very weather dependent. And the only other caveat that I would throw on this number is it could be drastically changed by the state as they continue to push for accessibility to the beaches. Last couple of years, they've pushed to eliminate fees and make the beaches free for everybody, non-residents, residents included. This year, the proposal is a little different, and I believe they want to cap the out-of-town fee at $25. So this number could drastically change if the state does enact any of their stuff. But again, I keep an eye on that. You know, as we get better information, I can pass that along.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't, I'm sorry. Yeah, just to say, I didn't get it. I didn't get a sense that bill was going anywhere. Am I wrong about that?
Well, I didn't follow. It was supposed to be voted Friday, I believe, out of committee. Senator Wong was working on some, from what I understand, I haven't spoken to him personally, but he was working on some kind of language that the two sides were going to agree on to get it out of committee, which scares me. I would prefer it not to come out of committee ever.
Okay. Okay. Interesting. All right.
Yep.
Thank you. Was that Mr. Testani? Or no, I'm sorry, Mr. Curley?
Yeah, real quickly, just to touch on that parking point. Anthony, you mentioned that the one potential outcome would be a cap at $25. That's per event, right? So it's per day.
Per day. Yeah.
And what is our current charge for non-residents per day?
$40 during the week and $50 on weekends.
So this number would come down by 40 to 50%.
Yeah.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there John, is there anyone in the room?
Nope.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, Marina, Anthony?
Yep.
Anything to talk about there?
Everything held steady here. The only thing that increased a little bit is our storage. We were just able to increase capacity there a little bit. So that goes up a little bit. Other than that, kayak racks at Penfield Jennings, Yee Yacht Yard are all the same. And the gas dock concession is under contract. So.
And are we on track for these fiscal 23 budget numbers? I thought we were, I mean, I don't know what part of your department, but I thought we were kind of running ahead on some of your revenue numbers.
Yeah, Marina runs pretty much right on. Beach parking was running ahead as of Q2. And the field rentals, I believe, was running ahead as well.
Okay.
And obviously, when we get to golf, those are running ahead.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on Marina? I don't see any. Okay, do you want to go to?
Yes.
Charlotte,
I have a question.
Oh, sorry.
Charlotte, I have a question.
Thanks, Jim. Go ahead.
Anthony, in regards to setting fees on this stuff, like down at the marina, but I'm talking about all of your fees. Some of the other departments that we've been meeting with, like building and some of the other ones, they have annual increases of like 2%. Have you guys ever thought about having something like that? So you're just not having big increases when we realize there's a big difference between us and another town, but, have some almost like inflationary, a low inflationary amount where things would just automatically go up a couple of percent, and this way it would make it easier for you and I think the commission to explain why these fees are going up. They just go up 2% a year. Has there been discussion about that in the commission or with you and the commission? About that?
There has not been any discussion like that with the Parks and Rec Commission. So marina fees, beach sticker fees, things of that nature, no. With golf, yes, when we had the new clubhouse and they put together a whole 5-year proposal of, increases that they were going to realize over the next several years. So Parks and Rec, no, it's a conversation that I'm open to having with them. I think it makes sense to me, very much like golf did.
Do you know, I know you've looked at other towns and how they do it. Are there other towns that do that where it's like a 2% increase per year or something like that?
I don't know of any of my colleagues that do it automatically. I think the majority of them do operate this very similarly to how we do.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other questions, Mr. DeWitt?
Just a suggestion. Maybe we could just stay on revenue, go through the golf courses, and then head to the expenditure side, since we're all sitting on page 18.
Yeah, no, that's the plan. I think we just have Smith Richardson left.
Yep.
Carl
Part
Dickman and
Part
Carl-
3 and part 3 first, and then Smith. But yes.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Yep. Both of them. Yep.
Okay. I'll move right on to Carl Dickman, part 3. We're increasing cart fees. We're not increasing cart fees, but we've been seeing increased cart rentals down there. And then we're increasing slightly our greens fees. Again, I believe I used 3-year averages on those. Any questions on part 3? If not, I'll jump right into Smith.
I just have one question, Anthony. So you're taking a 3-year average on fees, but that's assuming is the fee to play there going up, down, staying the same?
R3 stayed the same.
Okay. And who votes on that?
That's the Golf Commission.
The Golf Commission solely has that authority?
Yep.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. DeWitt, I think, had a question.
I'm fine, thank you.
Just
Okay.
one more, I'm sorry. But so your 1% increase is based on your thought that usage will go up slightly. Is that correct?
That's been the trend down there, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. All right, Smith Richardson, season passes, season tickets, season passes, 65,000. We've held flat. Again, we're trending a little higher this year, it seems, but I think it's because we raised rates. So more people are buying the season pass. IDs, a slight increase. Lockers, we saw, I'm only carrying $2,000 there. I don't know if any of you watched the Board of Selectmen meeting, but I had mentioned there, lockers have been a real interesting thing for us. There was huge demand for bag storage, for lack of a better term. They're large lockers where you could store your bags. When we first opened the course, they sold out. Waiting list, I figured that's what it was going to be the following year. Well, the next year, we only rented, I think, 20 of them. So we started asking people, well, why didn't you come back? It just wasn't as convenient as I thought it was going to be. I wanted to play another course, and the course was closed. I couldn't get my clubs as easily as, when they're in my trunk. So I carried that same number, anticipating that this year we'll see the same thing, where the same people that rented them will probably be the same people that rent them. If we pick up a couple, great. But right now, the Golf Commission has me exploring really retrofitting that area from bag storage into like indoor golf simulators in there. We've priced it out. We went out to RFP just to get it, or RFQ just to see what the pricing would come back at. It came back at a little over $100,000, which for us is a little pricey. I didn't see us getting the return on that. But I have been asked to talk to the concessionaire up at the golf course to see if they might be interested in partnering and fronting the money for those machines. They're very interested, but of course their caveat is, well, if we put the money in for those machines, we'd like to, maybe reopen our lease and extend it. So that's kind of where we are in those conversations. I haven't gotten anywhere at the moment, but there may be potential for future revenue down the road. Golf fees, this is where the slight increase was. They only increased the adult residents, which is on weekends and weekdays, about 10,000 rounds at $1 a piece. So I increased that by $10,000. And then we kept the driving range, golf cart rentals, and the concessions and contract. Happy to answer any questions.
Mr. DeWitt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So 2 questions on the driving range that we heard a couple weeks ago about the plan to really renovate that and possibly put in a second level. It sounded great. Is there no additional revenue this year because it won't be done this year?
That's exactly what I'm thinking. I just don't think we're going to have it done for this current budget, or for the budget we're talking about.
And if it does get done, it would just kill this number in revenue, right? Yeah.
Exactly.
Second point is, I tell you, I am really disappointed at this locker conversation, because when we toured the old building, the first place everybody took us was, look at our locker room. It's horrible. It's too small. We don't like it. And then, with the shower suck. And now they don't want the locker room. So I'm kind of disappointed in that conversation, to be perfectly honest with you. The whole video golf, if you will, right? I mean, we do have, I don't know what the right word is for it, but there is a business down in, down near your office,
Right next to me,
right? Yeah. And they're packed. I mean, you got to like reserve a tee time. It's harder to get in there as to get on Smith Richardson to play golf, because especially during the winter. So if that turns into a little bit of a revenue potential, I think I could get on board with that. But we would be competing against that business, which I don't know how that would work. But other than that, and again, the golf fees, I appreciate your taking it up. I know that is so horribly dependent on weather. Last year we had a great year. We started in April. Maybe knock wood, we'll be starting in April again this year. But I appreciate you taking that up at all, because I just know how volatile that is. So all right, but thank you. That's my only question. Thank you.
Okay, Mr.
Yep.
Curley? Thank you, Mr. DeWitt.
Yep.
Mr. Curley?
Yep. So quick question on the range, then I have some stuff on the golf course, Anthony. If I heard you correctly, you're holding the revenues flat because you wouldn't expect the work to be done on the improvements until after the end of this fiscal year. So when would you expect that timing to
So
occur?
we were just talking about this the other day. We're hoping that we'll be able to start some kind of construction up there in the fall.
Okay.
So it just kind of depends on the weather at that point. If we can get it ready and get everything done over the winter, I mean, that would be the ideal situation. And then we'd be able to hopefully recognize increased revenue in the spring, which would be the end of this budget. But it's just too volatile with supply chain and everything. I wasn't comfortable throwing a number on that yet.
Are you expecting that revenues actually may decrease during construction because you'll have to close for a while?
If we had to close, then that potentially could happen. But I'm anticipating if we did close, we would make up for it with the new range itself.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. On the golf fees, no surprise, I took a look under the hood. I'm a little concerned about this number, to be honest with you. I know that you guys had a really good year weather-wise. The number of rounds were roughly 50,000. I know the ideal number of rounds is between 40 and 45, so you've exceeded that.
You picked up on the trend that I picked up on, right?
Yeah. So what I worry about is with those type of numbers, the surplus from golf operations should be much higher, and it's really a function of not hitting the ideal mix of 2/3 residents, 1/3 non-residents.
Yep.
So doing a little bit of more digging, recognizing that you guys switched to 4UP for your reservation system, which I think was a vast improvement, except there's one downfall, and that is
it created an advantage for the residents.
Right. So I think that's something that the Golf Commission needs to address. And if if you guys can figure out a way to preserve those non-resident fees, because they do subsidize resident fees, and I would have expected a much greater surplus with 50,000 rounds, and I just think we have to be careful when we look at, oh, good number, okay, it's in the black, keep going, but yeah, I think you have to pay close attention to that.
No, agreed 100%. I have been on that for the last several months as I saw it coming, just so everybody else could understand the inside baseball that Craig and I are talking about here. 50,000 rounds is what we did last fiscal year for the golf season. The breakdown between resident and non-resident, our non-resident rounds decreased by 3,000 rounds, but our residents number of rounds increased by 3,000 rounds. So we actually lost money. Our revenue went down slightly because we were having more residents play than non-residents. Like Craig was just saying, we want about a 2/3, 1/3 scenario where the non-residents, because they pay twice as much as a resident to play the course, are subsidizing the resident fees. That's where we are. So.
So it was exactly 3.
Unless they don't play.
It was almost exact. Yeah.
Yeah, and I did think a big part of it, talking to people who have used the system, the 4UP system, I believe the previous system allowed a non-resident to book tee times 4 hours after residents. So their residents had a 4-hour head start.
Now they have a day.
Now it's a full day, and that does make a difference. So I don't know if we can work with the 4UP folks and adjust the software, but I think that's going to be a big part of your revenue number.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Curley. And can I just ask, oh, sorry, can I just ask for Frank, maybe, can you just get us, if you could, on the Parks and Rec revenue numbers, the current projections today. It's always tough for me to look at just the two budgets in comparison to each other without having a sense of where fiscal 23 is actually hitting. So I don't know, Frank, I think that you go through that exercise anyway in Munis for the quarterly updates. Can you share that with the board through the Google Doc?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. John, are there any other questions at the table on this before we go to expenses?
Sheila has a question to Jim.
Jim, do you have a
Go
follow-up
ahead.
on what?
No, I got it totally separate.
Okay.
Thanks.
So not to belabor this, but the golf simulators, I'm not a golfer, don't know what they are. I'm assuming you simulate playing golf, your golf swing, something like that. I don't know.
Hit into a screen.
Oh, you hit into a screen.
Yeah,
Okay.
it looks like you're playing golf. And
Okay, gotcha.
Also some alcohol involved.
There's some alcohol involved. So,
when you hit bad ones.
Yeah.
so are we talking two simulators, one in the women's locker room, one in the men's locker room? So
yeah,
are you retrofitting the locker rooms and there's an expense involved in that?
All right, so locker room is a bad term. It's a bad term because it's not a locker room where the bag storage is. Where we call them lockers because that's where you put your bags, but it's not. It's just one giant room where both men and women are. There's no restrooms. There's no showers. It's just bag storage, essentially.
Just bag storage.
Right. So
Gotcha.
The locker rooms inside the building are not being touched. Those are staying just as is, with the way they're set up.
Gotcha. And then again, haven't done this before. Do you put a quarter in? Do you put money in? So this is going to produce revenue? Is that
you rent it?
No, I know for me to do this, I pay for it, and the money, it's debatable who puts the money up front, but it might drive revenue.
Correct. It will drive revenue. Yeah, these things.
Okay.
You typically pay like $60, for a half hour. They're not cheap. You go. You could play like all the famous courses.
Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha.
They're expensive.
Yeah, and Madam Chair, may I? Sheila, just add a little color to what Anthony talked about. When the building committee set up that space, the original exploratory work was, and the wish list included both a room for bag storage and a separate room for golf simulators. And the dimensions were of similar size. And so when we got to the value engineering stage of that project, we recognized that we just didn't have enough money for both rooms. And the decision was made that the upfront cost of the simulators was really adding to the overall cost. And there was a specific demand, to your point, Mr. DeWitt, for bag storage lockers. So the decision was made that the building would move forward with bag storage lockers in a single space, that if that demand waned, the room and this space could be repurposed for simulators if the town decided at a future date. So it's actually playing out exactly like it was potentially expected to.
All right, thank you very much for that explanation.
Thanks, Sheila. Jim?
Okay, Anthony, under the concession, that's the contract we have with the concessionaire, is that correct?
That is correct.
Do they control that whole room? Like if they wanted to rent it out, can they rent it out?
They can rent it out with the commission and my approval prior. They won't shut the entire restaurant down. At least they're not supposed to without our permission. Typically, if they're having a private event, they'll put up a barrier between the dining room and the bar area, and they keep the bar area open for patrons.
Do you know how many events they had?
I think last year they had 22. Between golf and the restaurant, there were 22 events.
That's pretty nice because they're only paying $5,300 a month, right?
If that's what the
That's
math breaks
12
down
divided
to.
by 12 divided by 62,000, 64 this year, 64,609.
Yeah, I mean, they did $1.7 million in revenue last year.
Because they're very expensive as well.
It's a good restaurant.
I mean, they have their books, right? I mean, that's
I know.
part of the gig is we keep track of, because once they hit the $2 million mark, then the town gets 2% of the revenue. They're potentially they believe that they'll hit that mark, exceed that mark this year.
Great job.
So you're doing 1.7 and only having to pay rent of 64,609. Seems, having to be in the restaurant industry, that's a steal.
That's 100%.
That's a place you want to be, and we shouldn't be extending any deal there
Well,
at all without you getting a commercial real estate person in there to start giving you advice. Because it is a steal.
right. But you could look at it the other way too, right? I mean, we were making a fraction of that with the last several concessionaires that we had. Nobody
Yeah.
believed this restaurant was going to do the business they're doing, other than a handful of us, when we interviewed these guys and them. They were, nobody thought this was going to be a destination.
The town gave a brand new building, a brand new space, built it out. And now you have numbers to sell to numerous restaurateurs the next time this comes up for renewal, because you know the numbers. So it's a completely different ballgame. And before anything is extended anywhere, I think it would be, I'm not saying you do this, I think it'd be foolish for the town not to get a commercial real estate broker up there to handle negotiations. You'd be hard pressed not to, and it would never be done in the private world or any restaurant downtown. It just wouldn't for those kind of numbers. So I'd be very careful about doing any extension. I think it's great. I think it shows you what an asset it is. But be very careful on any type of quid pro quo about, we'll give you $100,000 of equipment to do some simulators when we could be bumping that rent up so significantly.
Understood.
So,
Madam Chair.
thank you. That's all I have.
Yeah, Mr. Curley?
Yeah, and Anthony, just to be clear, Boca's contract was the result of the bidding process, right? You had 3 bidders and they were the highest bidder or
Right.
yeah. So, and Mr. Walsh, I agree with you that when, and I think you and Mr. Calabrese were on the same page. I think Anthony's point was, nobody knew what
Nope.
the
I know, I understand.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, but I wholeheartedly agree with you, Mr. Walsh, that with 5 years of revenue history, perhaps there may be more interest, and maybe Boca stays by being the highest bidder again, and maybe they take their number up. So I agree with you, but I do think that given the circumstances of a new building without a track record, the one thing I'm happy about is even at 64 or wherever they are now, that's well above what was even originally planned and a multiple of what was being paid before. So I think even though it does, obviously the restaurant has other costs and food costs and such, but I agree with you. They've got a good deal up there.
Yeah, and I also understand that it was, like Anthony said, it was a test. We didn't know what would happen, and they took a risk, and they should get the benefit of that risk. I believe in capitalism. I think it's great that they took the chance and now are being rewarded. However, it scares me when I hear people starting to make us offers about trying to do a renewal. I think that should just be watched, and I think we should understand what we have there.
Thank you. Okay, is everybody ready to go to expenses? Maybe this conversation will be less exciting, Anthony, and you'll go faster. I don't know.
I don't
Seems
know.
like we got. All right, so we're going to turn to expenses. So starting again with Penfield Pavilion, and that's on page 195 of the book. And Anthony, you want to just dive in?
Yeah, I'll do my best here. So obviously, most of these lines are going down. The overall budget's going down because we were anticipating Penfield being closed. So that's how we budgeted. We still have events going on at Jackie Durrell Pavilion. We budgeted 150 events there. So that's what the part-time and seasonal staffing is for. We still need to keep on parking attendants because again, we weren't closing the beach area. So we were keeping them on. We were keeping maintenance staff on. So again, that's part of part-time and seasonal payroll. Other than that, the utilities obviously slightly decreased with the building being closed. And then the other lines we held steady, and then we decreased cleaning and janitorial. Again, that is primarily due to not having to clean the inside of Penfield Pavilion.
Okay, thank you. And all the contingencies associated with these numbers, or the increments, I guess, associated with these numbers, if it's open, are in your other analysis, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Jim?
Just, Anthony, on the part-time payroll, it goes up by 46%. Is that because, when I look at the next page, I see assistant director attendance. Is that because I'm a new assistant director?
No.
Is something else? Why would it go up that much a year?
It's just so normally the way we treat these lines, the part-time and seasonal payroll, we treat them really as one line. However, we try to put all our people that are working year-round, parties, events, things of that nature, in that line, but it doesn't always work out that way. Some of them end up being in the seasonal line. So what we did this year was we really just tried to shore up that number and keep the event people in the part-time staff. So it's just the number of events, 150 events times their hourly rate.
All right. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Are there any other questions on Penfield? Okay, all right, so we'll go on to, let's see here. So the Parks and Rec, or the recreation budget, 7050, that's on page 200.
Okay. Budget drivers for this one. really is the regular payroll, which I think you guys have been hearing from all the departments. Most of my employees are in the FIA union, so they just settled their contracts. So there's some retro years in there, plus their step increases. You see increases in Social Security, which is a function of that. Fees and professional services. Our fees and professional services makes up our Sherman Green concert series, well, part of it anyway. Our fireworks show, which increased, they had to go back out to bid, so that increased a little bit. And then our Memorial Day parade gets paid out of there, but the increase is due to the fireworks. Everything else in that line held steady. Maintenance of repair of buildings and grounds. I increased this to 50,000. This is really, as I explained this to the Board of Selectmen, this is the line item where we do a lot of reactive work. Somebody calls in and says, a tree fell on a fence and the fence needs to be repaired. This is where that comes from. We have tree work that needs to be done. Again, we normally will be taking that out of this line. And I don't want to say I don't like to tell people, no, we can't get it because we don't have it in the budget, but this is that line item essentially. After that, the rest of these line items are really small. So happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Mr. DeWitt?
So your fees of professional services are going to go way down if this ordinance goes in, because Sherman Green, fireworks, Memorial Day parade. I mean, we'll have none of that, right? So we can probably gain $100,000 in revenue.
Well, not necessarily. There were some exceptions that they made. The town's allowed to do fireworks. If an event was open to the public, you could do it. So I assume that would mean the Memorial Day parade.
Oh, okay.
So there definitely were some things that they carved out.
Well, as a commander of one of the American Legion posts in town, I'm glad to hear that the Memorial Day parade will stay in place. So thank you.
Okay, other questions, Mr. Curley?
Yeah, Anthony, just on this 20,000 for the maintenance, it seems like the number's been up and down quite a bit. As I look back, you were at 50,000 in 2020, down to 30, down to 20. Now you're going up to 30 in the budget this up here, then back up to 50. What's a normal number? I mean, I understand it's reactionary, so it's hard to know, but
yeah. So we had carried $20,000 for years. I tried to increase it one year to 30 and they let me increase it. Then the next year they cut it and it went back down to 20. And then there was one year where a project ran over. We allocated that money towards a project. So we actually carried that over. And that was how we got to the original first time we did 50 a couple of years ago. And then we were at 30. And now, I seeing the prices of things, 50, it's not a lot. It's just not a lot of money. I mean, that literally could be one fence project, unfortunately. I try not to do big projects out of this. Again, like I said, I like this to be our reactionary. Somebody calls and says, hey, there's a chain down or a fence down or there's a tree hanging over my property. That's where we get this. Take it out of.
Got it. So given costs have gone up, and there may be some pent up demand here or deferred maintenance, so to speak, 50 could be a run rate number for you.
That's where I think we should be. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Any questions in the room? Just jump in. Okay. All right. We are moving. Let's go to waterfront, page 203.
All right, waterfront's a real simple one. At least I think it is. The main driver here is seasonal payroll. These are all our other parking attendants, lifeguards, Lake Mohegan staff. And again, majority of this increase is due to minimum wage. Everything else is a pretty small line item, so I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, questions? Anyone?
Madam Chair, just real quick, Anthony, is this where the repair of Lake Mohegan came into play in this, or am I thinking of a different budget?
Different budget. Repairs to Lake Mohegan splash pad came out of non-recurring capital, and then the storm was also a non-recurring capital project.
Okay. And where's the Jeep? I'm just curious.
Jeep.
There's a Jeep, which I didn't know about until I saw it on the beach, actually, last summer. There's a lifeguard Jeep, I think.
Oh, you're talking about the ATV.
Yes.
Yes, the lifeguard ATV came out of the waterfront capital outlay in 2022. That was the $10,000 allocated there.
Okay, very good.
I got a new Jeep to sell you.
Are we good with the splash pad? You know, from my calling you, I got quite a few complaints about that because I live in that area. So a lot of people called me, pretty upset actually, about the splash pad last year.
Well, unfortunately, supply chain was not kind to that type of material. Splash pad will be completed. It's all installed. Fencing is in. The only thing that's left to be done is the surfacing, and they just need the temperature to be warm enough. So April, it should be fully complete, and it'll be ready to go Memorial Day.
Okay, good to hear. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, great. Jim?
Yeah, these are not big numbers, Anthony, but what's the reason for the 75% increase in postage? Do you have some new requirement you have to send out a bunch of new things under law or something else?
No, it's actually just the increase in our beach stickers going out. More people are getting them online, which is a good thing, but it increases our mailing costs.
Gotcha. All right. And the travel and meetings going up by $500. What kind of travel and meetings are there for the waterfront?
Those are our assistant waterfront directors that travel between Lake Mohegan, Jennings, Penfield, Sasko, Southport every day, several times a day.
So they submit mileage to you?
They do. They don't have a town vehicle, so yeah.
Okay. And there's a 50% increase in that, or is it just the federal required reimbursement of that?
Well, I just looked at what the actual was for 2022, and it was $1,475. So
okay,
rounded up to 1,500.
Understood.
And Anthony, you may have answered this already, just quickly on the lifeguard certifications and things, also under separate budget, or is that in this budget?
Yeah, that's this budget.
Where would that be? I just training and certification, or
educational and memberships?
Okay, that would be the consistent lifeguard training and stuff?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, great. Can we move on to Marina then on page 209?
Okay, Marina, you will see really this one's a decrease overall, and this is really an accounting change. Part-time payroll was just zeroed out because it was already being accounted for in the special police budget in the police department. Other than that, most of these lines stayed fairly level.
Anthony, what's the large increase in the gas number? It's gone about 133%. I mean, is that just you're trying to get more close to what the actual is?
Or I believe we're trying to get close to the actual, and I think, Frank, and you correct me if I'm wrong, I think all utilities were increased 20% for all the departments, something like that.
Yeah, but this looks like it was, I'll go back and look why it was.
We might have taken this out of waterfront. This might have been that Jennings one, I think.
I think we did I think that's what this may be, Anthony. I think you're right. I think,
I'm sorry, Jim, in the waterfront budget,
oh, it's minus 100%. Yep, I see that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, another accounting thing.
Okay. Same thing with the water. They took 100% out of that.
Yes, same thing. Coming out of waterfront.
Okay. All right. Are we okay to move on to parks? This is flip back a couple pages. So this is Department 7080 on page 205.
Okay, parks. As you guys know, this was separated out of Public Works for the last budget. They were moved over to our department in 2021 in July. And just going through this budget again, these guys are all in the DPW union, and we have one that's in PETA. So I believe that's where the increases that you're seeing there are in the salary line. The other big driver that we have in this one is our contracted property services line. That is all the field maintenance. The field maintenance bid is approximately $780,000. Of that, the lawn mowing and maintenance, which is all the islands around town and other town properties that the town doesn't mow. Town mows town hall, so other places, about 137,000, and then we have 100,000 for irrigation repairs, and that's because most of our fields are irrigated, and unfortunately, irrigation is very delicate. So pipes freeze, they crack, they need to be replaced. Heads of sprinklers break off, get run over, get kicked, and are always being replaced. So that's what consists in that line. Other than that, again, the rest of them aren't big numbers. So happy to answer any questions.
Okay. If anybody at the table, just go ahead and jump in.
Andy, I have a question in regards to the contracted property services. I mean, earlier in the evening, I think you were on, we went through this with John Marsilio and John Cattell, and their line on that, and I know you guys aren't doing the exact same thing, so I'll take that into account, but their number, when it was split out for this coming year, I think only went up by 1 point. It's actually even for this year. It did not go up under Public Works operations, but yours is going up 10%. Is that because you have a contract for all this, like lawn cutting, that went up by 10%? Or is it, or are you trying to catch up to what your actuals are? I'm just trying to figure that out.
No, the contract went up. COLA, I think, was 8.1% or something. So this was a recent contract. I believe this went out to bid last year. So this was the next step in their contract. And yeah, like you said, we're not doing the same things. Theirs are not for mowing, theirs are trees and whatnot, but yes.
So that was a cost of living increase that's built into the contract?
Yeah.
For 8.1%. Okay. And how much, there's other things I presume that are in that number that are not the grass cutting and stuff? Is there, or is all of it with one?
Just the irrigation is the 100,000 for the 104,000 for irrigation repairs, which is not part of that contract.
Okay.
But the rest of that is two contracts. Okay. Yep.
So that had to have gone up by more than 10% because you're only going up 8.1% on the grass cutting, correct?
Correct. Yes, I'm just looking at the numbers myself, so yes.
Okay. All right. And Mr. Schmidt just showed me that there was a question about it, so those numbers are already in the explanations already, so I'm fine with that. That's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just a follow-up question on the contracted property services. Anthony, is this Greenway?
It is.
Okay, so if I remember correctly, and I might not, so if I don't, correct me if I'm wrong, but was this the one internal audit had taken a look at? And I'm trying to remember, there was something like half of it was under the bid and half of it was outside the bid?
Yep.
Okay.
And what we did to try to rectify that was we put it back out to bid because we weren't happy with what was going on. And then they came back and they actually won the bid again. But now I believe the way that all the billing is going now, it is following exactly what the audit laid out, where everything's broken out, and it's still very, it's still a huge contract, but it's easier to follow.
Okay, so in other words, the way that it was bid was more comprehensive to include all the types of services that are being used? Okay.
Yeah.
And just, I also thought I heard, does the Board of Ed use these guys too?
So they just ended their contract with them.
Okay.
They weren't pleased with all the same stuff we weren't pleased with the billing and everything. But when they went out to bid, so now that's just for the mowings of like the courtyards and the school properties, but not the athletic field. So there's going to be some overlap. But they put it out to bid, and I think they had 16 companies bid because again, that's just straight mowing. I'm not 100% sure who they awarded it to, but I do know that Greenway was not one of the finalists. So they had, I think there were 3 companies that came in with better numbers.
Okay. And would that have been anything that could have been more advantageous in terms of price to do on a combined basis, or is it just different stuff?
Yeah, great question. It's different stuff for sure. Again, I think the way we have 2 different contracts with Greenway. One, like I said, is just mowing of the islands and properties. That one is a lot easier, I think, for multiple companies to come in and bid on. The athletic fields and the maintenance of the athletic fields, that takes a special skill set. It's not just mowing. You've got to be able to groom and line and all the other things that go along with maintaining an athletic field. So I think it's best to have them separate contracts for those 2. The one thing that I have said, and I believe the internal audit that, again, when we talked about this, I don't know if it was November or December, whenever we did the quarterly, I think you had mentioned to me that there was an audit, or Connie had mentioned that there was an internal audit done on trying to see what it would look like to bring some of this stuff back in-house. So she shared that with me. I reviewed it, and it basically says exactly what I thought all along is I think we can allocate more resources to this internally and bring some of that stuff back inside and still keep the mowings and stuff external. But again, I don't have a full analysis of that yet, so I wasn't ready to put that in this budget.
Okay. Yeah, interesting. So you would be looking at you/finance would be looking at sort of the fully loaded costs of having employees, health insurance, pensions, all that stuff, and okay, interesting. All right. Questions on this? Any more questions on this one?
Mr. Walsh.
Jim Walsh has a question.
Okay.
I thought his hand was up.
Anthony, on line 54,370, materials for maintenance/repairs, the line item goes up by 33.33% from 30,000 to 40,000. Why is that going up by that amount?
So what I wrote as my explanation for myself here was it's really just year 2 of supervising this department and trying to adjust the line to reflect what we are going to spend. Or what we
So you looked at what you spent last year, and now you're kind of trying to catch up to what the actual probably is going to be.
Exactly, because when we broke this out from Public Works, I mean, we just basically divided by a percentage.
No, I understand. So that makes sense. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right, thank you. Okay, there's no other questions. We can do the golf courses, and then we're out of here. So Carl Dickman, page 212.
All right. Carl Dickman, again, payroll you see going up. This is one full-time employee who is in DPW. So you'll see the wages there just being reflected for that. Utilities went up slightly. Again, I referenced that earlier. Other than that, we tried to just go based on some actuals that we had. So when you see a slight increase, in maintenance and equipment, it's because, we went up We spent more last year, and I was just trying to right the ship with that one. Special department supplies went up 8%. Again, it's only $3,000, but that's where we get all our fertilizers and pesticides, and they're carried in that account. And those, I believe, saw 11 and 12% increases across the board.
Okay. Questions? Mr. Curley?
I promise I'll be quick. On the rental or rental and storage, that's I had forgotten that you guys got new golf carts. The lease was up, so that's driving that number, right? I did not see a corresponding increase on the revenue side. That's flat on the carts. I didn't put two and two together, so I apologize for going back. But did the golf commission not raise the rates for the carts?
They did not touch the rates for the carts. They felt that they looked at them, but they chose not to raise them. They felt that they were in line, really on the higher end from other communities. And as I'm sure you know, we have a large contingent that walk.
Yep. No, and that's fine. And look, I do know that the golf commission does do a rate study. They survey the towns every year, so I trust that they've done that work. But I do recognize that historically these cart leases last 5 years, and when they turn over and they're shiny and new, that's a real good time to pop it by $1 a round or something. And if half the rounds are if half the rounds played have a cart, that's 22,000 rounds times $1 would have made up for this increase. So that's unfortunate, but okay. And then last question, and I think I recall you had said when you were talking about the improvement plan for the range that the netting was going to come out of the operating budget. It was not part of the cost of that capital request. Are we seeing that somewhere in here?
Special department supplies in the Smith budget. Sorry, I think everybody else was still on.
Yeah, we're on Carl Dickman. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I'm trying to get out of here just as fast as everyone else. I was on the next page.
You're home.
That's right.
Are you making us drinks, Greg?
Yeah.
Come over.
Ginger ale. It's delicious. I'm good. Yeah. Thank you.
That's a good
Okay, great. Anyone have any other questions on that, or should we flip over to Smith Richardson? Okay, which would be on page 215.
Okay, Smith Richardson. Again, big budget drivers here. Well, obviously salaries, and then once you get out of salaries, we start looking at the rental and storage, which Mr. Curley was just pointing out is our new lease for the golf cart. Other than that, the other big one here is capital outlay. Sorry, capital outlay went from 40,000 last year to 100,000 this year. And capital outlay is in your documents there. That consists of $55,000 for a new superintendent vehicle. He does have a vehicle that's about 20 years old up there and at the end of its useful life. $35,000 for a bed knife grinder that sharpens all the blades for the mowers, and then a multi-seat shuttle cart to really be able to shuttle people back and forth. They're primarily kids that are doing lessons or in the camps from the clubhouse area up to the driving range and back down. So happy to answer any questions.
Sorry, John.
Question?
Okay. Sheila?
Yeah, thank you. So the new superintendent vehicle for $55,000. So why? I mean, why would the superintendent have their own car? Or just explain that to me.
Well, the superintendent's always had his own car for the golf course. He drives from Smith Richardson down to the par 3 golf course. He drives to town hall. As far as I know, it's always been part of the town's operation there. It's just like any other DPW guy that has a car.
Okay, so is it as part of his contract as well?
I don't believe it's part of his contract. I think, again, it's just past practice.
All right. I don't know.
It's kind of like the $150,000 SUV we get for the fire department. Every 3 years, we get 4 or 5 of them.
Uses the back of it to carry stuff.
And it's right up there with the lifeguard SUV on the beach, right at the cheese.
I know, but it's, okay, and, all right, well,
Have a town car show.
I'm,
I
do you mind
don't,
if I dovetail with that though?
well, I know, I'm not questioning a car for the police or for fire. That seems really reasonable to me. Any
What
for town
about-
employees, I know they're traveling around.
Well,
For the golf, director, I don't know, it just,
The superintendent, Sheila.
Hey, Sheila, I think
Yeah.
I think a better analogy would be to like the conservation department. As Anthony mentioned, there are a lot of town employees who have town cars, and the Carl Dickman and Smith Richardson are on opposite ends of the town. He is responsible for both. He is lugging stuff back and forth. So I do think it's comparable to some of the other departments in town, not comparable to fire or police, because obviously those are specialized. This is more comparable to conservation because, you know, they're lugging stuff, and I'm assuming it's a pickup truck. I think he's had
It's a
pickup
small
truck for a while.
pickup. Yeah.
all right, thank you.
Can I, just to kind of go along with Sheila's line of questioning, I'm more curious about what we're buying for $10,000 for a multi-seat shuttle car. Like that just, it's a golf cart.
Yeah.
Okay, that's,
Big.
I was having trouble visioning it. And that's just to take people from the clubhouse to the driving range?
Less people, groups.
Yeah.
Kids and camps, kid camps and things like.
Who makes the money off of the clinics? Isn't it the golf pro?
No, it's split.
Okay, so he gets some money?
He
So why
gets
don't we
the
split
money.
the cost of the car? The shuttle. I mean,
That's a good
it benefits him the most, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
That's a hard one to argue with.
I mean, seriously, I'm being serious here. I mean, I don't understand why we're funding that fully when he's making, I just heard for the first time, 50% of the money.
No, I don't think it's 50%. I'd have to double check. I don't think it's 50%. It used to be
has it
100%.
ever been in,
Right,
sorry to interrupt. Has it ever been in the budget before? I've never seen
Never
it
seen it.
for a shuttle car.
No, we've never had it.
See?
We've never had a golf pro that wanted to teach lessons or
So why I don't understand why the time, if he's benefiting, like as Mr. Walsh is saying, 50%, why is the town spending $10,000 that he's gonna benefit from? I don't understand that.
because we're benefiting from it as a town.
How? If he's getting
What's the
50%?
revenue stream associated with it for the town, Anthony?
I'll have to pull those numbers. I don't have it with me right in. Actually, wait a second. I might have it.
Anthony, I just, I know there's a lot of talk about revenue, but I remember one thing also was that when you presented this to us, it came across that this was really for the younger camps and the kids, and, it would just be a safer form of transportation instead of having to go back and forth, leaving them in the driving range alone and coming back and having to make multiple trips for the kids. It seemed, that's what the focus seemed to be. So I understand the revenue piece, but
Mhm.
that was,
Well,
I remember, wanted to mention that.
Can I add a little bit of color there too? Frank's right there, and look, everyone who's commented on this point so far is right. What I can say is that there's a lot of activity up at the driving range that is youth oriented, and it's very common for the golf pros to shuttle junior golfers up who can't hop in their car and drive around. Smith is unique in that the driving range is not part of the same parking lot. You have to drive to the other side of the property and you have to drive around. But it's very common. I've seen it all season long where you're seeing the head pro, a teaching pro, an assistant pro, driving kids up in 3 different golf carts because they're trying to get them to the clinics or the camps. And it is part of the part of the program, part of the reason why Mr. Bigonette was hired as the head golf pro was because he brought to the town a more robust junior golf program, which the previous pro did a nice job as a general manager, but he didn't develop the junior golf program. So that was a big part of the golf commission's interest in Mr. Bigonette. And I can say with my own eyes that he has grown the junior golf program, and that will lead to revenues and greens fees and other things like that as well. So I do agree with Frank's comment in terms of safety. It's getting these people to and from the range who are not taking a car. And more importantly, if the longer term plan is to develop that driving range, which we were talking about earlier, hopefully there's just more increased traffic. So having one driver allow multiple people, because I think it's 2 or 3 rows of seats. So they'll be able to get more people up with just one driver. So that's just a little bit of color.
Mr. Curley, you make some really good points. And I'd just like to ask Anthony, does Mr. Bigonette make money off of these camps on the children's side?
Yes, he does.
I'm trying to figure out what his revenue stream is, because while I think it's great that we developed the program, if he's benefiting off of this as well, it begs the question again, why doesn't he use some of his revenue, just like the town's having to put forth the money? I mean, so we've already found out that he's making money on the seminars. And now we're finding he's making money off of these camps and training for that.
But he's working now. Like, why wouldn't he make money off of running?
But why is the town taxpayer having to fund his business operation? This is a side. This is not the money we're paying him, right? We pay him a salary, correct?
Right, and then he pays his staff from that money.
Yeah. So he's running this business, which I understand. They all do it. But you're asking the town to pick up the full amount on this shuttle cart for him to make more money on the program.
Yeah.
I mean, there should be some contribution. I'm not saying it's got to be 50-50, but something for all this extra revenue he's making.
Madam Chair, may I?
Yes.
Just follow up?
Yeah, go ahead.
Jim, Mr. Walsh, I agree with you in terms of revenue share and such, but practically speaking, virtually all golf courses will give the golf pros access to the golf carts, to the driving range. They are, in theory, you could say the golf pro should pay for the driving range golf balls so that then he could give a lesson. Well, it's just part of the normal operations. They have access to those golf balls and they can give a lesson, and they're not paying for the rent. They don't buy a bucket for $4.50.
Yeah.
Same thing applies here. He has access to the fleet of golf carts. So if he doesn't have this one where he can shuttle multiple people up in one trip, what he's going to do is have him and his assistant pro and a teaching pro take 3 golf carts and drive them back and forth. And it's a less efficient use of resources. I think just practically speaking, it probably makes more sense to, for most golf courses would have this type of vehicle, and it would just be part of their fleet. I was surprised that it was separate. I would have thought that it would have been part of just one extra vehicle that was included in the lease of the fleet of carts that were being leased.
Okay, Kevin. I don't know if she can see you, Kevin.
Mr. Stark has his hand
So
up.
why don't we, just in the interest of full disclosure, get a look at Bob Bigonette's full business plan? You know, what money does he take in personally? What expenses does he have personally? How many miles does he put on the car,
Yeah.
doing his official business? Does he take it home? How many miles does he put on it outside of official business? That kind of thing.
Yeah.
We're talking two separate things right now.
What's that?
We're talking two separate things.
Yeah, I'm going back to the car.
Yeah, that's not for Mr. Biggin.
Yeah, I mean, given where the range is and where the clubhouse is, the shuttle makes a ton of sense. You don't have to go out on the road, right? You can stay inside of the course. Just. What's he doing?
I guess I'm just not completely understanding how we're paying him a salary and then he's running another business, which I guess supports the youth golf. I get it. But what else do we have to pay?
I mean, can I just
is
make a
advertising
suggestion?
the business?
Listen, if we have people, I think we're going to probably have a variety of opinions on this. And if someone doesn't support this, I would just suggest that, we make a motion to adjust it. And we could do that on the evening we vote if people feel strongly about that. I think there's points on both sides. I mean, and, I'm not sure we're going to resolve it right here. I respect everyone's point of view. And if we think this is not an appropriate expense for the town, then that's our mechanism.
Here's what I would like, Madam Chairwoman, through you to Anthony. I would like to know, what is the arrangement we have on this outside stuff?
That's what Kevin was just asking.
I would like to know, what is the arrangement? What percentage are we making? How is that determined? Is there a contract for that? Any and all things related to that, I want the information on. This is the
Okay,
first time we're
Anthony,
hearing
can
about
you,
this.
yeah, no, that's fair. Anthony, can you just provide that to Frank and we can get that posted up for the board?
Yeah, I think it's all on the town website already, but yeah, I could compile it and get it to Frank. That's not an issue at all.
All right.
Because you know how much revenue we've made off this, Anthony. I'd like to know what the revenue, like that this all was like for the past year.
Yeah, not a problem.
Okay. Great, thank you. All right, any other questions on this? All right, Anthony, I think last year we had you actually come on at 11:30, so I just want to point out that,
Early night.
Yeah.
All right, there is no public comment, so I will take a motion to adjourn. I'll make a motion to adjourn.
There is
Second, Mr.
somebody,
Crowe?
hold on a second. Well, Ms. Charlton, there's public comment.
Oh, there is? Oh,
Yes.
where?
It's Prue.
Oh, go ahead, bro.
I wanted to make a public comment because, and I don't know if this is the right forum, about that sound ordinance. Because I have something booked at the Jackie Durrell Pavilion in September. And I don't know when this is gonna pass. There's gonna be a band there. And if people are booking, like if we wanted to have people book events going forward, then what happens if the sound ordinance passes? Who, do they have to cancel?
Yeah, no, Prue, I hear you. I think there's been a lot of concern expressed. I think it would probably be more appropriate for the RTM since it's their ordinance.
Okay, thank you. But it's.
All right, thank you. All right, did I have a second to adjourn, Craig? Okay,
Yeah.
all in favor? All right, good
Thank
night,
you.
everybody.
Good night. See you tomorrow.
Madam Chairwoman,
Anyone else put in?
what's that? Who made the motion? Chair made the motion. Who seconded it?
I don't know.
To adjourn.
Me.
I think John did.
That's all.